Hello, and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I'm Jim, aka Edgerwind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Temple Tankard Discord servers and YouTube channel. We are back. We had a week off there, family stuff. But we are back today with picking up where we left off. The group had run away from a dragon, trekked across the wasteland, spotted a strange encampment of some kind, checked it out, and found some crazy cultists of Rithno, the god of slaughter, that were there. Spotted the place had cages and at least one prisoner in those cages there. The group went in and laid waste to the place and took out all of the cultists there, and rescued the prisoner who kind of ran off, or it kind of sent him on his way. But we're gonna go ahead and pick up right there, essentially, with you guys at the kind of at the encampment. If there's anyone to follow up on or check in on, at this point, there is very possibly a few survivors that haven't quite expired yet. If you wanted to question anybody or look into anything else or wanted to grab the survivor and check in with them, we kind of ran out of time, so we didn't have a chance to do that last week. So, last game session. So we'll pick up there with outside the camp, and just to kind of refresh our minds where we're at here. Let's move back over to the map, and we'll zoom in a bit. And you guys are kind of at this little space, a little ways inland. At one point, you had heard some strange sounds that the ocean decided to move away from the ocean a little bit as you were, as one of your own was lured out almost to the cliffside to their doom, as you saw some sort of anglerfish-like things out there that tried to lure you out into the water, but avoided that and found this group of cultists instead. So, what would you like to do? Ooh, doesn't sound
There
good.
we go again.
There we go again, robot.
So, I think we should interrogate some of these people.
Sure.
I don't know who would be the good talky person for this. Maybe Lucas?
Yeah. What do we want to know from them?
That I don't know. Like maybe what they're doing out here and while they're eating people?
Also, like maybe like what they know of Yorlock coming up here, yeah. Oh no, we lost Bernie.
She's resetting, yeah. So, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. So, essentially, yes, you got someone. They're beat up. They're battered. You essentially have stabilized them to the point where they're at a couple of hit points, but they're just kind of glaring up at you. They're very they're, like I said, they're all covered in like tattoos and scars and ragged looking hide armor and bone stitched into the coarse leather and hide armor that they have there. Their weapons are fairly crude for the most part. Yeah, they're very savage looking, but they are able to speak your language and everything. Though a bit odd. It definitely doesn't sound like any when you talked to recently. And yes, so Amethyst can also detect thoughts as well. Kind of pick up what they. One thing you'll Amethyst, immediately what you're going to end up with detect thoughts though is a lot of really terribly violent, awful, disgusting type things. Like foremost on their surface thoughts is how much they want to tear you apart and eat you and then do terrible things with you before or after you're alive. And it's all just like flashing imagery of just vile stuff.
Like Raven.
Kind of, yeah. It's not. It's very similar to that. In terms of like that, these guys are very savage and cruel and awful, and they worship the god of slaughter, who just loves to relishes in inflicting pain and torment on things. But yeah, Lucas. essentially, you should not, you should not, you, you have defeated us. What do you want?
Ask them what they know of Yorlock.
Far, far from here. You'll stay away from there. Other tribes live closer and deal with them. We stay away. It's
Why do you stay away?
bad place. Nothing for food or play there. And you realize, kind of looking around the place there, with like, and with this, as he mentions food there, you definitely get images of them like carving up people and eating them. Yes.
Yep.
So pretty much anything that's meat is food to them. There's no distinguishing between anything. If it's meat, it's food.
Beautiful.
You will see them. A couple things, couple images that aren't quite so horrendous there. In on that line. There's no. You don't get any images or flashes of Yorlock. This person's never been there. It is quite a ways away for them. Uh, on foot, it would take roughly a week to get there from here. Um, for, Based on his recollection, so they've never gone that far. You will see images of them hunting large animals out in the wastelands, like things that similar to some of the large creatures of the thundering theft that you saw, but very different looking. Think along the lines of like ragged looking elephants and large elk, but kind of twisted and weird. Um, but they kind of wander the plains, wander the wastelands, I should say.
Mhm.
Also, there are non uh, well, let's call them reavers because it makes sense there. Non-reaver settlements out in the wastelands. That sort of try to um, kind of band together and find food and have some sort of less violent type existence at least.
Mhm.
Ask, are there
Um,
any large settlements near here?
No, nothing large in the wastelands. Small, mobile, or like this. It's just as large as a dwelling would get. We have one of the largest in the areas. Too far to the north, and there's the Black Death. It flies and burns. Ah, so we don't go that way at all.
Hmm. The black, what did he say?
Black Death.
The Black Death, the
What?
Black
Yeah.
Dragon.
The dragon, yeah.
The
Oh, the
dragon. The Black Dragon.
dragon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we gotta kill that at some point, don't we? Apparently.
At least 5
And it
of
ran
them.
away.
We didn't run away. Run away, we flew away. Remember that?
Oh.
You fled.
We fled.
We fled.
I followed the people who were fleeing.
Yeah, essentially, you don't really get a good solid image of like where things are in location. Like it doesn't but he says there are settlements, other camp like this or other like village type things that they would raid.
Any other of your camps? Those who are eating people or savory? Any more of those?
There are others of our kind out through the wastelands. Where the meat is, you'll find us.
Where is the meat?
Wait, are we the meat? I'm
Wherever it
Yep.
roams.
Yeah, we would be the meat, yeah.
Yeah.
Where would they
Oh
be
yeah.
located between here and Yorlock, yeah?
There are many places. Many of them move.
Hmm.
Ours is one of the few that does not move. And yeah, and then this and there's you'll get like images of like just more like camps and temporary type things, little nomadic kind of stuff. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally they actually can meet up, and if they're not immediately attacking each other, they will exchange and then move on. Essentially,
Right. Okay.
it's it's very much a combination of Reavers and Mad Max kind of
So they
thing.
don't eat one another.
Yes.
They can,
They can. Okay.
yeah. I mean, typically don't,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, more likely exchange people. You will want to move on, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
They're a bit
It's all
chaotic.
pretty. It's all pretty gross, isn't it? I mean, I'm pretty chaotic, but I don't eat people.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean,
I
primitive
mean,
and violent and terrible.
It's not great.
So we just move on.
yeah.
I'll do the dirty deed.
Yep.
Move on.
We're definitely going to just finish them all off, aren't we? We're not going to let them carry
Yeah.
on just eating people.
Yeah.
No. There's
No,
nothing living
definitely
in this
not.
when we
Yep.
leave. Nothing's living.
Yeah.
We didn't save a whole bunch of them. I mean, we saved like
No,
what, one or two?
yeah, a couple that
Yeah.
they were wounded, they hadn't quite gone yet. You gotta stabilize them and talk to them, and then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the rest were all just decimated. I mean,
Yep.
most of them got. I mean, well, they all had like maybe 20 to maybe 15 to 20 hit points at most. So most of you were killing them in a hit.
Yep.
Hmm.
So,
Okay.
um, yeah, there's nothing really of any like value here. It's all, like I said, very primitive looking stuff. There are some weapons that are a little more intact, but they're not super well cared for. So while like, some of like the swords or axes or whatever else might have somewhat of an edge, the metal's kind of pitted and somewhat weak. So a good hard blow would easily break it. Um,
She
but
said.
it's got it got a decent edge at least, for the most part, but not well taken care of. And then a lot of things are just like spiked clubs and like sharpened bone and all kinds of stuff like that. So very little here is of any real worth. Uh, as and a good portion of the place is on fire because you did you did drop a few fireballs in there. So a number,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
at least about half the tents are still burning.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we want to
Inside
let those
somewhere.
burn, or do we want to
Yeah, just let them burn.
just let them burn? Okay.
Yeah.
Bring this whole place down.
I mean, it could be a calling card to have somebody coming out here.
It is still because you guys came upon these guys in the night because they were all sleeping when you came in. So
Mm-hmm.
um, no one's able to see the smoke until morning.
Okay. I didn't know if nighttime creatures existed around here and would like
I mean, they
come.
Well, we do.
you
Well,
assume
Johnson only
you
comes out
assume that
at
they
night,
do
doesn't
out
it?
there. Yeah, you assume
Mm-hmm.
there are nighttime creatures, absolutely, but um, it's they're not going to be able to see smoke in the darkness.
Okay.
Um, but so heading on south then, or anything else you want to do, or um,
Yeah.
the one prisoner will basically say that yes, they can make it to their they can make it home. Um, they pick up at least uh there's a little bundle of like javelins and an axe that they pick up, and Is it not great, but they'll do. This person just
Oh.
tells you that they. Go ahead.
As you say, we can give them some rations and some.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could we give them rations? Also, like, is there anything else we can do for them? Yes, they were just almost eaten. Is much of their village left? I mean, were they like captured? Mm.
I mean, well, he'll point out is the fact that he was actually out hunting when he was captured by these guys. He wasn't actually at his settlement. And one of the things that he'll let you know that anyone that's out hunting is like would die before telling them where their village was or anything else. And he's very, very cagey even of you. I mean, it's a very and this person they're also human, but much less savage looking. They're very plain homespun. Like, well, they're anything of value is gone on them. They're just sort of in rags right now. Um, uh, they do manage to get at least from some of the non-burning tents, pick up something to a bit of a ragged looking hide cloak, um, and some rough boots they can put on. Gather some weapons there, and then yes, they'll head back and head back to their village. And thank you for disposing of these terrible, vile things.
Yeah, we are here to possibly maybe do some more of the getting rid of the terrible things. Yeah, it's we're gonna give it a shot.
Well, you would have to spend a lifetime at that, I believe. So I think you said you're going to Yorlock. Kind of like glances at all of you. I don't think we'll meet again.
No, I don't think we will.
And those of you with insight, even with insight, he's certain you're all going to die. Like it's sort of like we won't meet again, not because I'm leaving you, it's because you're going to your death.
Does he know anything about?
So
What was that?
go on.
You said, does he know anything about what's south of here? And
He kind of like just gestures to like open area there. Um, it's just more of the same. It's a vast and awful place, but you can find food and good hunting areas, and as long as you can avoid those, you survive.
We just killed a whole town of them, so
I know. Done very nicely.
what can we find that's so terrible in Yorlock then? What are you not telling us?
It's a place of death. All know
What does that mean? It's a
Nothing-
cemetery?
It's it's no one that goes there survives and then comes back. No one should go there.
That's because we haven't been there yet.
He kind of looks at you like you're crazy. Like
We're coming
he's like,
back.
Are they eaten by the people that live there? That's why they never come back, because you eat them.
it is a place of death. Nothing lives there. It is a place where dead things and those that serve dead things.
Oh, we've killed
Oh.
loads of dead things.
Okay, and like it's like, I mean, you may as well tell me you're gonna jump into the sun. It's like that's that's kind of like this guy's attitude is like, you're all crazy, but I thank you for my life.
You're very welcome.
You are
And so
most welcome.
he'll kind of like edge away, and as he sees you're not going to attack him or anything else, that will just sort of like turn and bolt off into the night there, kind of keeping low, moving. Definitely moving like someone. He's got some stealth skills to him. I mean, he moves off pretty quickly there. He's definitely got that the look of someone of a hunter.
Why would he think that we were going to attack him when we've literally just saved him?
Because that's the nature of this place that we're in.
I suppose so.
Everything's hostile. Yeah, it's kind of the impression you get.
I'm not.
Well,
Not as pissed they are.
you just burn down an entire thing and just slaughter the entire camp full of people. Yes, those guys are bad, but you still did a whole lot of violence and death. So it's still
Yeah.
still have a very dangerous thing about you. So
Yeah. We did save the nice ones, though.
yep. I mean,
Well, there was only one guy, wasn't there?
yeah. I mean, effectively, any like when you live in a place like this, everything can turn on you. Everything can be hostile. It's just
Mhm.
outside of your own small group. So it is still still a few hours until daylight there. It is still nighttime there. There is the tents, they go up fast, so they burn fast, and as long as you don't set fire to the rest of them, they will kind of turn into smoldering lumps of burning hide and number of burning bodies and stuff that'll all kind of fade out within an hour or so. So um, you guys can keep on moving, find a place to go, and maybe find a place to camp. But so you head back toward the coast, or just head directly south? What's your plan here? Where you headed?
I think
Before we go, what are we going to do about the child?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Huh?
I mean,
I could take him into a tent and rehabilitate him.
Could you rehabilitate him?
I could rehabilitate him.
you do know that like the children were the tent full of children were well, not full of children, but the few children that were there were just as savage as their parents.
Yeah.
So more than one child.
Well, you did say he was feral. Is
Yeah.
there more than one child then? Because we only found one.
One child.
Yeah, there was only one in there. Yeah, there was evidence there might be more at some point. There are other small cots and stuff, but they were empty.
All right.
Oh man.
I mean, essentially, I would say this: it's not going to give you the child's not going to give you any choice. It's going to keep trying to bite you and claw you and scratch you, and you can either let it run away, or it will keep trying to hurt you.
Is it going to attempt to run away from us, or is it going to attempt just to attack us?
I mean, if you kind of push them away, they'll see what's there and run off.
Okay. I think that would be the better of the options.
Letting it run away?
Yeah. Because if it's feral enough, it'll survive on its own. If it's not, survival of the fittest. It's choosing to run. It's not choosing to stay here and fight with us. So,
No, I mean, like I said, if it kind of backs away from you, kind of like, and again, you can't really tell you what gender. This one is just wild hair and dirt and blood, and it just kind of like backs away from you. And if you don't do anything, it will just eventually just run off.
so unless we plan on actually trying to bring a child with us through this and rehabilitate it at the same time, which I don't think we want to do, we should just let
It's
it
just
run.
going to go to the next place full of people and start eating people. Or at least
Well-
biting them. It's like, all right, this angry dog just bit a child. Let's just set it free. Just let it go.
I mean,
You don't-
at this point, unless you're going to go chase it down, it's going to run off. Like it's slipped away from you, and if you, as you're discussing this, it's going to bolt. So at this point, you have to go chase after it.
Okay. Your decision.
Well, you can make a decision if you want. Like I said,
No,
you got dark vision. You can hunt after them if you want to.
the dragon will probably eat it.
That's about 4 or 5 days away on foot.
Yeah.
Well, not for the dragon.
Rehabilitate.
Sure.
Yes.
S can't do anything about it. S is
Okay.
just not.
Yep.
Yeah.
So The hunter goes off one way, the child bolts off another way.
So
And you
no
guys can-
rehabilitation. That's okay.
Yeah, not today.
I would have rehabilitated.
Would you? Okay. Take him bowling.
No, I would have made him new fearless leader,
New fearless leader.
but rehabilitated.
I'm not sure what to do now. Do we
Well-
want to stay here and rest now that it's empty?
I don't want to stay here. I'm going to move away from where we
No,
are.
I do not want to stay in a place that so many people were eaten. Yeah, that does not
Okay.
sound like a nice place to rest.
None of this is a nice place, let's face it. We're in the
No.
nightmare lands. It's all pretty horrific.
Mm-hmm.
There's a pot of stew over there. Shall we try it?
No, we
No.
shan't.
No, I don't think we tried the stew.
So
It's made of
I
people.
think I have a tent that'll at least cover 2 people, and I think somebody said something about having a fortress. Pretty sure that's what it was when we were out there.
Sleepers got a fortress.
Got a fortress.
Mm-hmm. So why don't we'll go do the fortress and sleep for the night, or a tent, whatever you guys want, and then
Why not
let's
both?
go back to wherever it is that we were headed to. Yorlock, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's rest.
Mhm. And hope that child doesn't come back and bite us while we sleep.
I'll be on first
What?
watch.
In a fortress made out of mud time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a child would do like maybe 1 to 2 points of damage max. So it would take
Yeah.
a while to chew through anything important.
Chew through it. Wow. Okay.
I mean, if you're gonna let them sit there and chew on you for a while, it's like
Nope. No one's chewing on me.
I think the lowest number of hit points in the party is still over 100. So I think you're gonna be okay.
I think so.
Is there a water source at this camp?
We've got water.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's some like barrels and stuff, or like some rough type barrels that has some water in it.
Oh, that, and we have the
I mean, it's great.
thing that lets us have food and water.
Yep. And you're a cleric, so you can rack the create food and water spell whenever you want, which is
Yeah.
probably how you've been surviving for the most part over a while here. Is just create food and water, purify food and drink you have as well. So either way,
What kind of food does it make, though?
it'll sustain you, but it's not kind of a gourmet meal or anything else. It's sort of like bland ration type food, but
Gross.
plenty to survive on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you continue a little ways. We'll go ahead and put you down a little bit further here. Kind of move you down to right about. Oh, come on now. Woo-hoo. Let's move you on down to right about there or so as you continue. And yeah, you're able to get some rest in. Nothing else bothers you. Uh, as daylight does rise, who's ever on watch, you can kind of see just a couple thin trails of smoke off in the distance. Not like a massive fire, but knowing where to look, you can kind of see it.
Mm-hmm.
So Nameless grabs one of the skull type helmets there and takes it with. Okay, yep. You can put down a skull helmet on your character sheet if you wish.
Nasty.
Not sure exactly. Some sort of like canine-looking skull, probably. It's not a human skull. It's definitely sort of a canine, a little bit elongated there. Some sort of like jagged fangs that poke down a bit. He said roughly the size of like a maybe a wolf skull or something, but not a wolf, some other
Okay.
thing. But you're able to continue. You have, as you kind of would use whatever food and drink you have. If you using the your magical means, or using the last of your rations, whatever you need to do. Your rations are starting to run out. It's been a while. You did take some when you left near Vol.
We have a
Um,
chest that sends us new rations every day, don't we?
it does create food and water, which is just sort
Yeah.
of normal. That's what I'm saying. It's like you
Okay.
had actual rations though that are going to go bad. So just those are going
Right.
to like.
We've got that spoon as well, haven't we?
Yep, rolling spoon. There you do have that as well.
Spoon of grill. It just grows, but
Pretty much,
it'll do.
like, it's like porridge. Not much
I don't
flavor.
say
Not
that.
much.
Porridge.
Or like oat, like kind of like oatmeal kind of thing. I mean, it's just sort of bland, nutritious, but a bit like wet cardboard. But
I'll just die of starvation.
oh, of course.
Let's spend 10 minutes inspiring everyone before we set off again.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me do the long rest. Sorry, Lucas.
I mean, yeah, you finish. You do your. Yeah, you get your rest and wait, and then have your meal, and then off again.
How many hit points is it?
22.
22. Oh.
22.
So, on horse or on rock, which is it going to be for this next leg?
Horse.
Yes, because the rock is sleepy sleeps.
Yep.
Okay.
Is it?
I thought that we used it last time.
I think you did. That's right. Yeah, you used
We did.
you flew over to here. Actually, that's right.
So we have to let it rest
Yeah.
for one day.
We fled from the dragon on rock.
Yep. You had the rock pick us up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Is there any problem summoning my Pegasus?
it's getting easier, but go ahead and give me a check there, just to see, just a charisma check.
Is it still fiendish?
No, it's sort of like the last time you summoned it. It was a little bit like a little bit more fiendish than celestial. However, you're getting used to it. It's still not. It's not exactly celestial. But it's not really fiendish either. And you realize it has a bit more of a fake characteristic to it, maybe. And what you'll notice actually is in this area where you summon it up, um, uh, there is a little bit somewhat greenery around you. Like there is some actually somewhat green plants in the area you're at, when you go to summon it there, and it does come through like the eyes, instead of being kind of that brilliant blue they normally would be, they're sort of a more of a greenish color, kind of an emerald looking green. There's a bit of the tips of the wings have a little more of a greenish tint to them. Um, and with the daylight that you're in there, such as it is, you can definitely see a bit of a difference than you normally would see with it. But there's no fiendish characteristic this time.
That's good.
Yep. It just seems to be a little hard to get exactly what you're intending for.
Lucas, did you summon that, or is Elliot here? Why is it all green?
Well, you saw me summon it, so yeah.
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 So with the aerial view and those in the ground there, you make pretty decent time. The ground is again just very very flat and scrub like, not much around there. There's just that slate gray sky above you. You can kind of see the ocean off to the east. Just flat, rocky, craggy, like in a movie inland view. But you can see signs of occasionally like cracked what might even be a road that you kind of moving along here. Like this may have been the remnants of a road long ago. Little bits of like flattened stone that have like little like uh like dead spiky plants breaking it apart there. But you can kind of make out what it may have been an old road at some point that you're seeing along here. Um, you still can't quite make out any details of a city, but you've been traveling for a while. By the time evening rolls around, it is sort of that no warning. You, the flat gray turns to full black of night, with almost no transition, and you find a place to sit down your tower, and get yourselves another night of sleep. Um,
You
go
got any
ahead
triple A's?
and
Sorry.
go ahead and give me perception checks, all of you, just to represent what you see during your watches. See who spots anything.
Oh, mm.
Yes, there's your watch. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, at the end of the year, you kind of just like staring inland, trying to listen for any sort of like sign of like people screaming and yelling or anyone kind of
Oh.
rushing out there. And it's quiet. You don't see or hear anything off in the distance. Um uh yeah, with this Lucas and Nameless. You guys kind of get a good look all around there. You can just barely faintly catch maybe kind of the rush of ocean, um, the occasional just wind rushing over the plains there, over the wasteland. Just a faint stale smell in the air as well. It's just sort of like there's not really you're used to being around places where there's some plant life or some living things there, and there's just not a lot here. So it's sort of like stale, flat smell in the air. Um, but Esk, during your watch there, and since you have full dark vision there, you're probably in the middle of the night there, and so um, you will spot a faint. You're kind of scanning the horizon in all directions there. Maybe on the rooftop or maybe at the ground level there, and you will see a faint glow to the southeast. You assume in the direction you're mostly traveling.
Yeah.
Um, it's this faint, sort of like pale greenish glow, like not really. The only reason it really stands out to you is the fact that it is that kind of odd greenish color. It's like it's not really. It doesn't look like torchlight or any sort of natural looking light there. Just with this faint greenish glow to the southeast.
Would it kind of be like the same like necrotic glow that I saw like at
Somewhat, yeah,
some
yeah. It's similar to that there because it's not strong. It's like just you kind of find yourself like scanning and you definitely can see it a little bit stronger to the southeast of you and kind of in the direction you've been traveling. Um, and yeah, so there's definitely sign of something in that way. Um,
I'm
not
gonna
s-
just
yeah,
reach and just kind of like get my mace of disruption and
sure.
just kind of like set it in my
It's
lap and
it's off in the horizon. There's nothing. You don't see any movement. You don't see just that greenish glow. But yeah, it feels good to have that presence of that sort of anti undead presence there holding on
or
to.
the and then just like reminisce
Hmm.
of time fighting undead and
Yeah,
just take a moment and just do the breathing exercises
yeah,
like anticipation for violence is what
yeah.
this is.
Um, it is there's that feeling there of kind of that waiting. A lot of your time spent in Raven Watch there, overlooking the way Death March. You sort of see like there at least you would see the ruined buildings the cracked, odd landscape that was there, almost like spires of bone poking up out of the ground, and the occasional patch of that same, almost very similar greenish glow um, in various places there. Um, as you watch, it sort of shifts and wavers in a way that also seems familiar. Um, when you One of the things you always had to watch for in Death March was the fact that portals like rifts would open, and you would see it same sort of like wavering in the air, that sort of blank space where it's almost like a shadow moving back and forth um, over a space there. And you sort of, as you kind of watch and just stare in that direction, you sort of see that same sort of like shadowy distortion that can kind of shift and move. But you realize that's a long ways off, and you're seeing it from here. So
Yeah.
you're able to get a full night's rest, as easy as it is, as alien as this landscape is to you. You're able to awake there. Anything you want to say or do? Yeah, go for it.
Yes, I do. I would like to give Mr. No Name the bracer that allows him to be a part of the telepathic bond when I cast it.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, you had one. You had one left over. So yeah.
yeah. And just explain to him that when I cast it means I don't have to, well, it means he can be part of it, basically.
And part of telepathy.
Yeah, when I cast telepathic bond, we can all speak to each other with our minds, and then telepathically I'll say like this.
And the bracelet's in your hand as I'm reaching for it, and I'm like, not responding.
And I'll show you that I've got mine on. It goes on your wrist. Everybody else in the party is wearing one. And it just...
Black goo will drip down from his wrist. The bracer will go on, and then the black goo will just form right over it.
Okay.
And he'll animate his shield and go to his point to his shield. Devrak, Emistis, Devrak. How old are you?
The shield doesn't speak to you.
No, I asked Emistis how old.
Yeah,
are
no,
you?
yeah.
We have done small talk.
We have done small talk. Yeah. We did do that, I think, last time.
And Amos doesn't know how old he is.
No. Have you remembered anything during the night? Any names or where you're from or anything other than the name of your shield?
Same as yesterday, same as tomorrow, probably.
Okay.
I remember your name.
That's good.
Turn
At least you're
around to
remembering now.
look at Athena and goes, "What's up with this crazy lady? She keep asking me for names."
Well, that's because, Raz, I named you, but nobody wants to call you by that name, which is fine because they all want you to remember your own name. But,
Well, that is good for now. Everybody need a name, maybe?
yeah, everybody needs a name.
You're so sweet, lassie.
In Dwarvish.
So,
all right. Breakfast
continue.
time.
Yeah. So you again gather your stuff, collect your tower, do your aspiring morning speech as you're
Yep.
packing everything up there. The rock is ready at this point, so you do have that available to you if you wish. Um, in the as daylight begins, you will all take note at this point that while the sky is that kind of flat gray, it's definitely darker to the southeast. Like you kind of like blink and look, and as you kind of scan the horizon there, in the direction this way, it just looks darker, like that on the horizon that direction. You can't make out any details other than that, but it's the sky in general is like, it's like bright, like bright kind of grayish, but still full daylight over here, and in that direction, it's definitely darker. It's kind of the idea is like when you see an area it's when you scan the horizon, there's a dark rain cloud. Like it just like that part of the horizon is just darker than everywhere else you look. That's kind of the impression you get looking that way. So you continue. Horse or um or rock. What's it gonna be?
Think we're doing the rock today? Yes.
I think it's rock today, and then the last day we do horses, just to kind of like maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
as you get on board the rock and start to fly, you will actually get probably about after 5 6 hours or so. Hard to tell time exactly. You will start to see, like as on the horizon there, in sort of the shrouded kind of darkness area that's there, you will see a massive ruined city. You can start to make out the shapes of buildings. You can start to make out um, just sort of like what's there. It's still a ways off. You're still a ways from being able to see there, but it is a large city. And those of you that have been there, it's easily the size of Dravier Port Oris, and just in terms of like number of buildings and everything else that you're seeing, and the amount of space it's taking up. Again, you can't quite see like details other than there's a lot of like um it definitely has it you can see that some of the buildings are definitely not fully vertical. There are some are askew. It is definitely it is not this orderly looking like city as you approach. Um, uh, however, you will. Yeah, let's see here. Everyone give me a perception check to see who spots what exactly from the air here. Okay. Right. Um, okay. That all seems reasonable. Okay. Yeah, you can definitely see uh kind of it's all very still. There's not like you don't see like movement. Those of you who've been to Port Oris, you would always see like people flying or airship hovering in the sky. There's nothing in the sky above this place. It is just still, and you don't see much of anything. You don't see anything in the way of lights, although you do occasionally get little patches of kind of a greenish glow, kind of formless. You know, there's not like a bonfire or anything else like that, but just sort of this weird thing. And Alice and Lucas, there's two things that you'll spot. One, you can feel rift energy from this place even as you approach. It's definitely getting stronger, and it is dark energy, very similar to what you experienced firsthand, close up in Port Oris. There is rift, shadowy rift here. Um, and you will also spot kind of in a around a city like this, you would normally like typically you always see like outlying farmsteads and everything else around a city that's here. And actually you will spot around here, um, kind of a little closer to the city than that. It's still ahead of you a ways, but kind of off a little bit inland from where the city is. There is a building farmstead kind of looking like cluster of small buildings down there that are somewhat intact. Um, uh, so this kind of thing the two of you spot there as you're kind of like surveying the rift energy and seeing that. But yeah, there's a small cluster of buildings out there. Um, so you have the city in front of you, small little farmstead looking place off to the little bit to your right as you see it there. So where do you want to head? Approach the city, approach the buildings.
The buildings, I think.
Do we want to check the farmstead?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's just check. Let's do that
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jim.
I don't know what that means. I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to do.
Okay. After the game ended last time, Dow and I had a conversation, and I'm like, well, we've got to do that in game. So I just tried to give him the opportunity to do it, but he thought that it had already been done in game, but it was after the game ended last time. So
Gotcha. Okay.
So the bracelet goes on, not the right arm, because I thought one was a bracer and one was a bracelet.
no, it's
So-
the same bracer that I was telling you about.
And now I get the bracer. The left arm, the goo comes back. There is a shackle on his left arm. He puts the bracer around behind the shackle, and then the goo goes back over everything. I
Your
thought
suit of
she gave
armor
me a
is
bracelet and we were
weird.
married, and I thought now we're having a bracer because now we're getting kids.
Wait, you thought we were getting married and you put it on? Are you crazy?
Listen. You said it, not me. It's now canon. The two of you are getting together.
So I'm just interested to know what that is. And now things are going to be buzzing around my head that somebody has put some shackle on him, and maybe it's a magical thing, and maybe he's cursed and that's why he can't remember anything. Maybe there's some crazy magic going on that's made him lose his memories. Maybe we have to find a way of taking it off. So I'm going to be, the whole time we're going, I'm going to be telepathically going, so what is that thing? How did it get there? How long has it been on you? Who put it on? Can you get it off? Is it magical? Do you mind if I look? Like, just throwing loads of questions at him, like,
And
the
you
whole
will get
time.
witch.
Like, I'm concerned that might be affecting your memory. And I will say that to him. Obviously, I will say that I think that might be why you don't remember who you are.
Witch did.
Ah,
In his mind, it's witch did.
a witch did?
Witch did.
I thought you were calling me a witch. Okay, a witch did it. So if we do detect magic on it, is it magical?
Probably not.
It's not.
Okay.
It is. If you actually pull back the armor to show what it looks like, what
Sure.
it is. Okay. It is cold iron.
Mm-hmm.
So anything Fey-like would not want to touch that here. And it shows signs it's been there a while. You can see the wrist the wrist is kind of chafed around it there. Not so much like raw and chafed. It's just like you can kind of see the callus of it's been there for quite a long time. So the skin underneath it has sort of gotten used. It shows sort of like a long like it's been there for a while. It is not magical.
Okay.
It is but it is it's almost like it's about an inch around, an inch across there, wrapped all the way around there, fairly tight. It has a little bit of give to it, enough so it can kind of move up and down the arm a little. And there is sign of on one side of it there you can see like where it would be bolted on it, where a chain would have come off there, but there's no chain attached to it now.
So he's been chained up at some point.
Witch did.
Okay.
Like, and there's not one on. It's only on the left, right? You
Left.
don't know. Yeah, only on the left hand.
No,
Yeah,
just the one.
yeah. There's no sign that there was any on the right either. It was just sort of like obviously it was like chained to the wall or chained to something, up by one arm.
Mm-hmm. I'm still none the wiser, but yeah, I'm glad that's happened.
Yep. So yeah, so yeah, so you're fairly certain that it is not magical. It is not it is odd that it is cold iron. But yeah, I would say using detect magic and kind of spending some time at this, which you have the ability to do it at will at this point.
Let go of my arm, woman. Did she speak Dwarvish, Santadina? She got to let go of my arm. She keep a touching my arm.
He has tongues if you ever cast tongues.
I speak Dwarvish.
Okay, so yeah, since you speak Dwarvish, you'll know that you're very certain that there's no active curse on him.
Okay.
Like there's no permanently active magical effect. Obviously his gear is magical for the most part, but you don't hit any sort of like actual like curse happening. Whatever has happened, and you've been traveling now together for quite a long time here, roughly a week at this point. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, a little over a week at this point there. Looking at all the stops you've made. There's you kind of come to the impression that this is psychological. Like there's been a lot of repressed memory and trauma.
Okay.
Is what you kind of what you're dealing with here.
So like psychic damage or just trauma?
No.
Yeah, just trauma.
Wow. Okay.
This person's been, and it's just from the descriptions he's made of his travels. He's been at this a long time. Like he doesn't know when he was home last, exactly, or where home really is exactly.
So has he never had a name?
Cave home.
Has he never had a name? I'm thinking maybe he's never had one.
I mean, he's got gear. He's got a holy symbol. He's got like this is like. I mean, he's not wondering.
Ragged and tattered.
Do you have a holy symbol? Do you know who your god is?
You pop out his shield. Thevrak. God.
Your shield is your god?
Dumathon. Ah, it's the dwarf's god, Dumathon.
Oh.
Give me a religion.
Speak to him every once in a while.
Give me a religion check. Those of you who have religion. If you don't, you probably wouldn't recognize it offhand here. But
I've got a +3.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, it's a very religious bunch here you hang out with, Athena.
And the pronunciation is odd, but you know Dumathwin. I mean, there's a reason why the city of the Deep Home, the capital of Coppervale, is called Dumati. Essentially, Dumathwin is a dwarven god of, they call him keeper of secrets under the mountain. It's sort of the god. It's kind of like the equivalent of Ioun or the knowing god of knowledge, but for dwarves. And so, yeah, it's different pronunciation, but that's probably the closest you can accept what this is. So
it might be my thick foreign dwarven accent.
Does your shield know what your name is?
I don't think the shield talks.
It talks to him.
Okay.
Oh, does it?
Apparently. He just told him the name of his god when he forgot it.
Okay.
Pretty much bouncing ideas off the shield.
Yep.
The shield did not speak.
And yes, you will kind of, and as the armor, the goo armor, their kind of parts there, you will have sort of a small, effectively it's um like it's let me just pull it up real fast here. If I have a picture of it for you. Let's see here. Darn it. One moment. Why am I not seeing a picture of that? Yes, actually, it effectively looks like it's sort of you can see sort of like a mountain, kind of a sort of like a stylized mountain with a gem below that. Um, there's no actual the symbol here is very very basic. Doesn't actually have a gem in it. It just sort of the mountain shape there, and then a carved gem like shape below, like in the center of the mountain. A couple inches across there. These wares. Yes, this is kind of dwarven god of knowledge and uh, a keeper of secrets of the mountain. So yeah, that's um, you know, uh, 20 and 21. Those are pretty good there. Lucas being trained. You know that the priests of Demothwin tend to have they are keepers of knowledge. They basically pass on. They're sort of the wise men of the clergy of dwarves, whereas clerics of Moradin are very much like crafters and forgers and um they call on Demothwin to help find riches in the mountains there, to help find like veins of ore or gems in the mountain there, because they can help seek that out. So yeah, a bit more information about Nameless here. And Thavrock, it does not have any there's no connection there with anything you've heard about Demothwin or any dwarven gods or anything else. So, yeah. So, with that though, again, you're on the rocks there, flying in there. You start to see a ruined city, small cluster of maybe a farm set of some kind off to the side. Where do you want to go?
It's the farmstead.
Mm-hmm.
As you move in, kind of the rock kind of banks there, and you move, kind of fly in there. You will see the buildings there are rough looking. Um, they you can see uh, stacked stone, some old foundations, maybe as you kind of getting closer there of what may have been older structures, a sort of a wall. But there are some sort of like some building some structures that seem to be newer built, like maybe like built from the ruins of a place there, or having materials taken out of this place here. Um, as you approach, you will see, um, yeah, from above there, uh, you'll spot at least one like huddled down in the rocks next to that make up the wall, a wall area there is a figure kind of like watching up into the sky as you kind of approach there. Hard to make out details of them from where you are above there, but you'll see there, and you'll see movement like in one of the buildings. There'll be a little head poking out there, looking up at the sky there. So you're seeing on your approach at least. Um, no, they don't pull out any weapons and fire at you, but you can't make out much details until you actually land. So where do you want to?
Don't want
Where
to
do
land like right near them. We want to land by them, though, right?
Do we want to try and stealth in case there's some dodgy people here?
I mean, we'd
Oh.
have to land the rock way far away.
This is
We've
true.
already spotted them.
It is still daylight, and they're actually looking. You can see they are looking up at you.
Okay.
They obviously
Might
kind
as
of
well just go in waving all our arms around then at this point. These
Oh.
headphones are dying.
Yeah. A massive like dragon-sized bird flying in broad daylight is not hard to spot. It's okay. So you kind of move in for a landing, land down there. Again, nothing comes rushing out of you. No arrows come flying toward you. You're definitely uh, you're definitely spotted, but nothing hostile is happening currently. What do I do?
Say hi.
Yeah. We mean no harm.
You call out.
We'll wave.
Okay. Again, now that you're up close, you can see the walls of this place of these couple of this cluster of buildings are very mismatched, and they're not well built. This is not a solid like wooden built structure. The wood that is there is sort of like dried and kind of misaligned there. It's stable. It's not going to fall over, but it wasn't built. Um, to be a house or a building, anything else here. It needs to be the kind of mismatched planks of wood or sections of what may have been other walls that have been assembled and put together in sort of this like little patchwork looking building. There's stacked stones that have been obviously put around the base or just from serve as sort of a foundation to prevent it from falling. And obviously it's all kind of put together. So somewhat solid, but haphazard by the look of it there. You don't see any sort of like, um, you don't see any like trappings of like what you saw in this other place here. But there's at this point you see a person sort of like, and the person behind the wall there does have some sort of a bow. It's not drawn, but they have a bow out and they're watching you. Faced from out of the building there, you can see maybe has some sort of a spear that they're holding there, looking out toward you. Um, uh, just kind of uh weary faces, at least. Human by the look of it. Uh, but one of the guy in the window with you see the spear there. What is that? Who are you? What do you want? This is our this is our this is our homestead. You go away. You can't be here. You'll bring the things out to us. You're too obvious, too easy to see. That thing is so big.
I can command the rock to do something, right?
Yeah, it's just telepathically. Just think
Yeah.
what you want to do.
I'm gonna ask him just to go up and fly off a little bit, but stay
Okay.
within range.
Okay. So he kind of flies up there.
Hmm?
You it's going to be seen by everything. Everything will see it. It's so big. So but this is not here now. It's not here. Okay, yes. Who are you? This is our homestead.
I'm Athena. We're actually traveling into Yorlock, and we figured stop out here and see what's going on.
You aren't from here. You aren't of this place. And he sort of like scans all over the five of you and kind of like at this point you'll kind of see the person with the bow is sort of like up there. Again, arrows on the string but not drawn, just sort of like they're kind of watching warily. Another one with a bow will kind of move off to the side there, kind of watching off the direction there. The weapons are crude but serviceable. Um, uh, Obviously, um, you don't see you don't see much in the way of their clothing is a bit rough. There's no sign of like bone stitching in. These aren't the Reaver type people you saw before. Um, but they're just sort of like watching you warily. They do have an odd assortment of like shiny things. Like you can see as you close there, like there'll be like little like bits of metal sewn into or like attached um almost like a pin of some kind or a brooch of some kind. You can see little bits of rings or jewelry around the neck there. They kind of uh at odds with their shabby clothing.
Okay.
Uh at
Ask
that
them what
point,
they ask them what they know of Yorlock. What do you know of Yorlock?
Oh yes, of course. We take from Yorlock. We scavenge and find valuable things and bring it away. We know of the place, where to go, where not to go, where to avoid, and who to be wary of. Yes, we know a lot.
and at that point, um, uh, a person a little the one with the spear in the window is still kind of poked out there talking to you. At that point, another person will walk out there a little bit more. They're actually dressed in fairly decent looking leather armor. Um, it's a bit dirty, but it's intact. Um, and you'll see that they have on their hip there some sort of like almost like a scimitar of some kind. It's actually like in sort of a crude looking scabbard, but the blade itself is still very like shiny, and the hilt is I mean, sorry, um, it's a bit grimy looking, but intact. It's not pitted and nasty or anything else that the weapons you saw. And this person will step up. You shouldn't really be here, but you have quite valuable things among you. And he's just goes through the inside there. He's like sizing up each one of you and your gear, especially his eyes linger on the weapons you carry.
Okay.
Yes, we do go into
The city, and he kind of like leans out there.
finding valuables, finding that which we can use to sustain ourselves.
I don't think he would like it if we actually cleanse the city, y'all.
So what?
If we cleanse the city, I don't think he's going to be one of the people that likes that we do that.
Or is that going to be in your head or out loud?
In my head.
Okay, just making sure because
Mm-hmm.
he would definitely respond to you if you said that out loud. So yeah,
Is that something we can all hear at the moment?
Yeah.
I mean, if bond has been cast, the bond it did not say
Wait,
bond was not cast. So
I've not
are
done
you
it
just
yet, no.
talking to? Are you just
So-
talking to Amethyst, or all of us, or
I
who
didn't.
are you talking to?
I was talking to myself, but
okay,
Oh.
all right. Well, that's in your own head then. Sorry.
in
Okay,
my own
gotcha.
head, yes.
All right.
Sorry for
Okay.
the confusion.
Yes. All right.
So we are thinking about going into the city. Yeah, it's
Well, I'll say you're better equipped than most that would try to go in.
And you see his hand kind of like drifts down toward a scimitar. That kind of like strokes the kind of presses his hand across the hilt of the weapon.
kind of like
You
insight
might.
to see if he's getting ready to attack us.
No. More just like this is like you need
Oh.
something. You like obviously looking at your weapons. Like this is his weapon that he carries there. It's like
There are things that you can't hurt unless you have the right kind of weapons to do so.
Oh yeah. Like
and
what?
Magic, of course.
We've got magic.
I see that. You have quite powerful magic and quite new and fancy magic, I see.
your gear is absolutely ridiculous compared
Yeah.
to what these guys have. Like
I
even
don't know
the
if it's new, but
I mean,
yes.
those of you with Arcana have been around up there. He's got a +1 scimitar. Like he's got a basic magic scimitar. This guy has. It's a bit dirty, but it's very much intact there, and you can see that this which you know because you've dealt with them enough times here, is that there are certain things that you would fight in a place of death that require a magic weapon, or I can't hurt it.
Hmm.
So what's inside the city that we would need magic weapons for?
Dead things. Well, undead things, of course. There are. Hmm, well, let's see. If I'm going to provide all this information to you, we should be compensated for it. What would you offer in exchange?
Wow.
Information.
I tell
Yeah.
you what we'll offer for it. We'll go in the city and kill lots of dead things and make it safer for you to exist. How's that?
Well, you could do that either way. If you're going to get something from me, you should provide something for that service. You- It's obvious you're going there regardless of what I tell you. I can make it
Seriously.
easier for you. To be compensated for my knowledge and expertise. We spent years going into this place. We know what's there. And I can
Mm-hmm.
tell you, but we should be compensated for it.
I take out a potion of healing, like the basic one.
Kind of looks at it.
Interesting color, looks like blood.
Kind of shakes it a little bit there.
That's
Give me
a
a
potion of healing, yeah. It will if you get damaged, it will heal you.
He kind of like gives a little like a very soft. It isn't a whistle. It's more of like a kind of like a little clicking sound. Kind of like and it almost sounds like rocks clicking on stone. With the sound there. And this uh smaller figure kind of like creeps out there. He like kind of holds it up, hands it over to them. He kind of take it and sniff it and look at it and kind of like, and you see and they're kind of squinting at it and looking at it and gives a little nod. Doesn't say a word, just gives a nod, hands it back to him.
Who know what he is?
Um, it's kind of a hunched over, maybe human, maybe mixed ancestry. It's hard to say. Human dwarf something. Probably about little under 5 feet tall, maybe. Wiry. Kind of a cloak pulled up there. Um, he doesn't necessarily cast a spell or anything else, but you kind of see he's like somehow sensing magic in it or something, appraising it. Like he has that look of someone who can appraise things and hands it back. Gives a nod. Doesn't say a word. Well, this is a nice little start. I mean, this is nice, but I this is a temporary thing. I mean, something that might be more
I'll pull out
like a
3 more. So I've
more
got 10.
more like a
Yeah,
weapon of some kind. So you have so
that's what
many
I
among you. I mean,
thought he was after a weapon. Yep.
yeah, or something like actually like a magical item of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, a potion is good, but it's very temporary. So, um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll,
Well,
I'll
the potion can heal you temporarily when you get into the next fight if you don't have a weapon.
yeah.
You should know
go
this, Ass.
go into my bag of holding and bring out a +1 short sword. I have.
Yeah, the fact that you reach into a bag of holding and pull it, like, yes, right. Uh, and it's sort of like it's almost like seeing dollar signs in the eyes there, kind of thing. Like for a moment, there's kind of the eyes there. Um, but he sort of calms himself and like as he hand over the sword there, he takes it, hands it over to the little squat figure next to him there. Like 3 seconds, looks it over, like nods vigorously and hands it back to him. I think this will be very helpful to our continued survival and our efforts. So I can provide you information. The city is vast. It's a large place. It's not going to be something you just go in and out of in one day, I don't think. There's a lot to be aware of in there.
So, we'll start with the basics. There was a lot of undead, yes, of course. But they're all under. There are factions among the city. People that control various places, and uh, there was a balance of sorts inside. Um, at this point, while he's
Wait,
talking, every sort
there's
of
a balance. There's a balance amongst the undead, or there's a balance amongst people who are controlling the undead.
yes, both.
Somebody smarter
Um,
than me, make it make sense.
well, it's like anything. If you can keep something away, you have form of balance. There's a give and take. There are different kinds of different groups, let's say, that can keep things at bay from each other and control a certain territory. It's a large place, and they can't all be everywhere. But let's start with the basics. So, if you find yourselves in narrow alleys and streets and you see things out of the corner of your eye, you're probably in a territory of the fleshless, all incorporeal undead. And he sort of like brushes his hand over the hilt. There cannot be harmed, but unless you have a weapon that can it has some level of enchantment.
So ghosts. Got it.
The various kinds, yes. They will attack through the walls and from out of anywhere. They will appear unseen and be able to do very terrible things. I've lost a few people to that area. We tend to avoid it, but since they have no physical bodies, they have no need for physical items. So occasionally we can find very useful things in there if we can avoid them or defeat a couple of them. If you see skeletons wandering around, there are quite a number of those things around. There are two forms of skeletons to look out for. Those that are infested and those that are not. The infested ones, the ones that are the ones that are not infested are just skeletons that wander around. They're fairly mindless and attack pretty much anything on sight that they see that moves, especially anything that lives. They will go and attack. The infested ones are skeletons that you can see wriggling worm-like things throughout the skeleton, throughout among the bones that seems to keep them moving around. The infested ones are also are among those that we call the worm rot.
Okay. Worm rot.
And
Easy to hit with an axe. Got it.
one moment.
It made me laugh when you said the two types of skeletons and Nan's put meaty and not meaty.
Nope. At this point, media skeletons after this long a time are very, very unlikely to be around. If you the city is always shrouded in darkness for the most part, but there are those that take blood. They
Mm,
tend to keep to themselves. So unless you wander into their territory, there's no difficulty with them. We just
We
know to
sure
stay
became
away from.
vampires, y'all.
Uh, if you see, uh, there's they're mostly centered around the temple of the old, uh, the elder death.
The Elder Death?
I don't know the name. A god of death. If you see a temple, fairly somewhat intact at least,
The
with
Raven Queen?
No comprehension of that whatsoever.
I'm spent.
Raven Queen didn't exist in the old world.
That's right, she didn't.
The Raven Queen was instrumental in kind of rebuilding after the Cataclysm, but she was not a god she was not a god before the Cataclysm.
So you were saying the temple's fairly intact?
Yes, and if you are around that area, you may encounter those who crave blood. They keep to themselves and only defend their territory if needed.
Are there things with blood in the city then? Do they feed
Oh,
on?
yes. Well, it's said they have their own livestock, potentially. They seem to not need to go and hunt. So, we don't know. We've never been, but they said they stay where they are. The things that have blood in the city are, well, the cult of the Shriven Sickle. Those madmen that control most of the undead. Those skeletons and the non-infested ones that wander around are usually under their control. They are, well, necromancers. I guess is the best term to call them.
Are they based somewhere?
Oh yes, the Colosseum. It's the largest structure in the city, mostly intact. But they control the area all around there. If you see the Colosseum, you're going to see the Shriven Sickle.
What
They
did you
follow
call it?
the
Do you have any?
Shriven Sickle.
Do you have any dealings with them? Yeah.
Oh, very seldom. Occasionally, an individual of them will be a little less hostile, but if we come across them in any numbers, if they have all their dead servants with them, we avoid them and leave. They are the Shriven Sickle. They are. They all follow the god of murder.
Beautiful.
Uh, and that is an old god known as Nero. Who you have run into a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Uh,
Been there. Fought that.
If you happen upon a place with a lot of statues, stay away from there. Nothing there is good. It's a place. It is an old gardens of some kind. There's no living things there really, but there are statues. Some come to life, and some never ever will.
Weeping angels. Oh my god.
Mm, don't know what that is.
No.
Uh, if you hear heavy thudding footsteps, though, definitely run. Large, uh, uh, four-legged creatures. They breathe out uh, some sort of gas that turns you into a statue. Happened to one of our friends who didn't get away fast enough.
Sounds like fun.
Oh, they're just they're known as the sculptors. We avoid the sculptors.
Are there
Sounds like
any
a basilisk.
demons in the city? Demons, devils?
It's a basilisk, not a basilisk. pretty sure.
Yes.
Just only one cat.
Yep.
Never seen any specifically, although
he'll kind of like nod over to the building there, and a tiefling will step out. Just sort of like and it's kind of a tall reddish skin there, kind of a you can see kind of the horns sticking back there, little tail flicking there.
you got something about devil folk? Any problem with us?
He's cute.
Hello.
Yeah.
Not devil folk, talking about real devils and demons.
Oh, right, of course.
And kind of like this thing, this kind of like gives you a little in there and winks at you, Athena, since you said that out loud, I assume. And kind of like steps back
Sure
inside.
did.
Um, yeah. So,
I got apple.
yeah. You realize that most of you guys would know what an animal to compare it to, like this so big four-legged thing. Describe if you ask there, he'll describe them as like four legs, kind of a knobbly looking like armored hide almost. And they breathe out. They kind of and like little horns. Sounds like he's describing a bull-like thing.
Do we know where it is? I do, but do we know?
Yeah, I'd say you've read it up there that it's a gorgon. Yeah,
You said
and
Gorgon earlier when you first said it.
yep, and statues that move, gargoyles
Mm.
who happen to be immune to petrification. So
Let's go play some gargoyles, y'all. Like fun.
Uh, those are the main. Those are the factions to deal with: the Wormrot, the Fleshless, the Bloodless, the Sculptors, and the Shriven Speckle. Pretty much, they all keep to their own places, other than the Shriven Speckle, who wanders around being a nuisance everywhere. They seem to try to collect other undead and anything living they can grab to form in their ranks. And we try to avoid them because we don't want to be roped into their schemes. We just want to collect things that we find interesting. So you're
All right.
going in there, huh?
Oh yeah.
Looking for something specific, are you?
Some people.
Well, the only people. Well, I guess vampires are people too. Some are former people. Some are not good people.
Magical people.
Hmm.
Mages.
Oh,
And
so you
devils.
mean the cultists, the Shriven Sickle, then?
Yeah.
Well, they're a tough bunch. There's a lot of them, and we hear tell they're led by someone who calls themselves Gravemorn.
Grave moan?
Gravemorn.
Morn?
He's the one in charge.
Would you
One.
have a description of him?
I mean, pale, wears a cloak. Lots of dead people around. I've never seen him up close. I've just only heard the name.
What color is his cloak?
Black.
Hmm.
I mean,
He better
evil
not be
cult.
awesome pirate.
They also have some elf-like people with them.
kind of looks at you, Lucas. There, as you the ears are there. They have a beard, but
Not like you, pale, dark eyes. Not much in the way of hair for the most of the part. They they li- they have a likeness for black and spiky things.
Athena and ask. Give me a knowledge check, whichever. Yeah,
History?
sure, if your history works there or whatever makes sense for. Yeah. Oh yeah. Uh, there are elves that live in Shadowfell, the Shadowkai.
Yeah.
You know them.
Haha. I do.
Yeah.
The Shadow Kai.
Shadar Kai.
They're not to be
They,
mistaken for the Drow. They're two completely different races.
oh yeah, they are. Especially in this world, the Drow aren't really a thing; they're just dark elves. At least, as far as any of you know, there's elves with black skin. These
Yeah.
guys tend to be very pale, ashen color, kind of white, pale, like bone white or ash gray, kind of coloring to them. You probably seen a couple here and there. In fact, I would say that yeah, you probably actually saw one that was fight among the Raven Watch. They actually been fighting against undead. Kind of a Shadowfell expert. They live in the Shadowfell.
All right.
So, yeah, they tend to work with the Shriven Sickle, as far as I see. If you spot any of them, they're part of the cult. Can't hear you.
Are there any rifts in the city?
I don't know what you mean.
And the little like hunched over guy like nods.
The portals that open and things come out of.
There's nothing opens. No. I
Or
mean,
equipment layer.
Yeah, it's like
Oh.
and you'll see the little guy sort of like reach over and tug on him there, and it's like starts making gestures and stuff like that, really fast and kind of like looks at him.
oh, that's the Colosseum. There's a, it's almost like a tear. It's not really I guess a rift is a name for it, I suppose. It's just sort of this dark, shadowy looking tear in the space there. A shriven sickle guard it or use it or something. I don't know. We don't get close enough to that place. That's a bad place. That's all bad, really, but that's one of the worst.
Well, I guess that means we got to go there and close it.
Well, you're not low on ambition, are you? I think they might
Nope.
have a little something to say against that, but we'll see.
I'm sure they will.
Mm.
They have
I kill them all.
bit of an imbalance in power, then I see. Okay. I'm sure the other factions would just love that. I mean,
Yeah.
there is a bit of an equilibrium in this place, though. Topple one, and it's going to shift everything else to somebody else. But overall, we'll do good. They're the biggest problem.
All right.
Okay.
So,
That's
can
great
you draw us?
information.
Yeah, can you draw us a map of where to go?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
like
These are like just like
you got the main gates there. Essentially, you find yourselves in narrow alleyways, usually a little bit to the rightish as you enter the city, kind of off that way.
and you sort of realize like they don't have compasses here. They don't know north, south, east, and west like that way. Like they've never
Turn
seen
left
a
at the
map.
McDonald's, right?
Yeah, pretty much they've never seen a map. So like they have an aerial view, like down, top down. Like you gotta go in and off this direction, and there's yeah. Um, Yeah, if you kind of head into the right ways, it's a lot of like narrow streets and tall buildings and like there's lots of debris and broken stuff there. Um, that's when you're probably in the area of the fleshless that try to avoid going down to those spaces. Um, at the garden area, uh, well, that's where the sculptors are. You'll see the statues and everything else around. That's sort of into the left off the ways. Uh, the Colosseum is almost dead center in the city. You go straight and keep going straight, and there you're eventually going to see a big round kind of building and part of it crumpled in. Oh, and mm, last thing, don't go to the spire.
Oh, why?
Uh there's something big with wings there. Just don't go there. Don't wake it
Like,
up. Don't mess with it.
like
Something
bigger
big.
than the thing I flew on?
Uh, maybe not that big, but it's big and nasty and dark, and you just don't want to go. Just give it a minute there. It won't mess with you. You don't mess with it.
Is it a dragon?
What's a dragon?
I'll do minor image and show him a dragon. One of them.
Sort of, kind of. I've never seen it up close. But it's kind of like that, sure.
What
I
color
only
is
Alright.
it?
it's dark. I can't.
Okay.
Again, it's
Amethyst,
like
will you show him maybe the guide and maybe he that's closer to what it might be?
The undead dragon that we fought?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it was okay. I said
oh, that looks terrifying. No, I, I said never been close to it. I only see something dark flying around the spire. Just don't go there. No.
Alright. We'll
Um,
heed your warning for now.
that make you want to go to the spire.
Every ounce of Diana wants to go to the spire. But
it's
Athena is smarter
I,
and won't
I
do that.
we started to go there because little scaled in here. He incensed magic, and there's a place of magic there, but it's that's bad.
Alright. Like I said, for now, we'll avoid the spire.
Yeah.
But if we
And
have
so
to, we'll go there.
yeah, I'll have a rough outline for you what he's describing here as you move in there. But again, it's sort of like it's sort of kind of like it's just sort of general directions of like go in here into the left, you see this, and go in here further into the left, and you'll see this. And so big center. So essentially, kind of going a bit around the garden where the sculptures would be in to the left, in to the right. You're talking about in the narrow spots there. That's where the fleshless are, the ghosts and whatever else incorporeal stuff. Um, Next, you have further in on the right. You have they don't go there, but that's where the worm rot is. You start to see more skeletons in that area. They just don't go there. They're gross. Um, and there's not much you can get from worm covered skeletons. It's like back to the left is where the old death god temple is, where the vampires are, and kind of straight ahead in the middle is where the cult of Trim and Sickles is. The spire is back to the left, like further back in the city. Kind of like that's what you see, sort of what's out there. And they all have sort of like again they're all kind of containing each other in a way.
Alright. To the left first?
Is it possible to get to the Colosseum from the other side of the city?
You mean from the ocean side?
Yeah.
I suppose so. We've never been to the docks. It's too far. There's supposedly old docks on the far side. I've
heard we had some scouts sneak off that way, and only one of them got back.
You know what's down there?
Ocean and dockside places, and I don't know.
You want to go there first, Lucas?
Well, the docks, I think it's closest to the sickle, and the one guy said he did see a bunch of undead. There was a yeah, he didn't get close enough there, but they were definitely dead around the dock. Based on what he described, probably shrimp, probably sickles. I mean, that's probably working for them. So we don't venture that far into the city typically. It's you get that deep in, it's hard to get back out again without something getting you.
You seen any devils or demons in town?
No, I said just the he could again. Lucas asked that one there, and it's that's the tiefling poked their head out there.
Amethyst, could you show him a picture of Rary, maybe?
Of who?
Of Rary.
Of Rary.
No idea who that is now. Yeah, no one running around in red robes I've ever seen or heard about. Maybe some of the vampire types might like red. It is sort of like their thing, but we don't see much of them.
Yeah, Corwain.
Never heard the name.
Okay.
I mean, if it's who are these folks?
Bad people.
Right. Well,
These would be some people to avoid. Yeah, if you see them, make sure you take off running.
oh yeah, I'm gonna worry about the guy in the robes and when there's undead screaming at me.
Well, let me tell you, those two are worse than everything in there put together.
Okay.
Yep.
They can
we're looking for them.
Just
okay.
You know that thing that's been torn where things are coming through? They can just do that. They can just open those and just have them on your doorstep.
Well, then maybe they work with the sickles then.
Yeah, thinking maybe.
I mean, that makes the most sense. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. We see a guy in red robes or an old elf looking guy, then we'll run, sure.
Okay.
Insight check just to make sure they weren't lying, because I don't trust these people.
I mean, he's like, yeah, sure, okay. I mean, like there's a whole cult of people out there. They probably like yeah, it's like everything there is hostile. Everything there is stuff you stay away from. It's like sure, yeah, okay, right. Yeah, is he an old guy? Well, walking around in a city like that that's not being harassed. Yeah, they're going to stay away from them. Well, pleasure doing business with you. I hope you don't get yourselves dead or undead anytime soon. Hate to come across well, and he's sort of like, yeah, I hate to come across your bodies.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. I'm sure you'd really hate that.
Well, I'd say if we do, we'll put your things to good use. I'll promise you that.
And at the point where he says, I hope you don't get turned into undead, I'm going to shoot a look at Esk.
Just saying, y'all, we should have become vampires. It would have made this whole lot more easy.
No.
Okay. So yeah. Again,
as the conversation went on, you sort of see like kind of the vigilance doesn't go away. The guy with the bow has never put his bow, like he's never drawn the arrow, but he still has the bow out there ready to go. And he's still kind of on the side there watching, and those kind of looking over that direction there. He's looking back and forth. I mean, he's never stopped. He's never, his head been on a swivel the entire time, always
Yeah,
looking
me
out.
too.
There's a few other folks there, like I said, the tiefling, the little wiry like magic user guy, whatever he is. A couple others will kind of come up from the buildings there. You kind of see some are more obviously like some are definitely not combatant types there. There's some older folks there. Some women and men who are not dressed in any kind of with weapons or armor or anything else, who are just sort of like watching and warily. But they kind of seem more just like your common folk, as opposed to the actual people that go and do things. Um, so, and up close, yeah, the buildings. It appears like these buildings have been constructed from debris taken from the city. Like the walls are mismatched. They're not all like they took planks of wood off, like brought them out there and then set them up here. Some of it almost has like it's all worn and weathered in different ways. There's no permanent wooden structure here. It's all just sort of like bits and pieces that have been put together. Kind of ingenious how it's been put together. It's actually been built fairly sturdy, but from scavenged materials. So,
All right, in we go.
We want to rest up first. Yeah. And just end of the day, pretty much.
Sorry, I'm not used to having to stop for spells.
You haven't used spells really yet, so.
No, we haven't used spells. It's stopped for the not wanting to have a point of exhaustion.
Well, and you realize,
everybody.
I mean, you have been up. You've been up for like a day. Like it's not, you haven't been up for 24 hours at this point here. It's like you could still go in. You were literally traveling this whole time. So yeah, and what you notice when you kind of look back toward the city there, it's just kind of a dark gray. Like there's no sunlight over the city. Like it's as if the clouds were thick enough to kind of block out any sunlight over the space. Even though you know it, looking back in the other direction, still sort of grayish daylight off in the opposite direction. Yes, go in and find go and find the 4-star hotel inside there. Sure.
Mm-hmm. What's I guess take a rest then.
I'd rather rest and be able to actually, I mean, if we go now and it's late, it's going to be like a few hours and we're going to need to rest. And I'd rather go there and not need to rest for longer, if you know what I mean.
Looking this close and seeing kind of the buildings there, one thing that strikes you, obviously, probably not Athena-esque, but definitely Amethyst and Lucas. The architecture of the buildings looks oddly familiar. A lot of the buildings are built in a way that looks very similar to like Dravier, even kind of Port Orith, like a lot of very similar architecture, which makes sense. Those refugees from here went and settled there, so it's weird seeing this ruined. It's almost like you took one of the cities there and destroyed it here. But that's what you see. As you guys, you want to rest here among the scavenger folks, or you want to go set up your tower somewhere a little ways, or
let it.
Okay.
Let's rest out of this.
Okay. So you want to head back over toward where are you thinking there? Like closer over here, or back toward the ocean? What do you want to do?
Not too close to the ocean. We know what's out there.
Right. Yeah. So maybe just back where Lucas is, right there.
Oh, or
like
I mean,
just a little bit.
like I would say, even right here, you're a good. If you were to walk from here to the city, it's a couple of hours. I mean, it's Like it's a mile or two away. Maybe about
What's the difference to go like a mile closer to the city and rest there?
so like kind of there-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys
Right.
okay with that? Are we?
Yeah.
That way we're
Not
outside
in
of
the
their
water.
city.
What are you doing?
I'm just gonna put the camp spot for you.
Putting a
Oh.
dot in.
I'll let you off then. I thought you were drowning him.
Nope. Eh.
He's allergic to that.
Dying?
Makes him die. Drowning.
Mm.
Yep. All right. Well, with that, if I can move this down. Oh my god. Problem is that I'm so zoomed in, I can't actually make this work. But all right. So
Just put it over there and then move it to where you want it.
we're good. I literally can't. I can't click on it to move it. It's so tiny.
Oh.
Okay. It's all right. We're good now. So yeah, we'll put you there.
Mhm.
All right. Well, with that, as you kind of set up yourselves to rest, you pull out the tower. What do you do with the rock wall? Is it still kind of flying around there as you told it to fly?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep him out until the time for that expires, and then he'll go back. And just kind of
Well,
keep an eye out.
He won't expire. Is the longer you keep him out, the
longer it takes for you to be able to resummon
Yeah.
him, it's
Well,
better to just.
whenever his 24-hour mark is up, that's what I'm doing.
that'll be like tomorrow.
Oh,
Like,
then no.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
dark.
Like you basically spent the whole day flying on him to get here. And then yeah. Like so it's been like 10 hours or so roughly. So yeah.
The sooner we put him away, the sooner we can get him out if we need him.
So anything less than a day counts as a day, essentially. So increments of 24 hours.
Right. So I'm gonna keep him out until his hour 14. So we're settled, we're in the camp, we're good. We've had something to eat. I'll feed him something and he can go to bed.
Where are you gonna feed a bird the size of a building?
You
The
can't.
thing eats elephants. The thing
It's a
eats
summon
elephants.
creature. It doesn't eat.
It carries
Right.
away and eats elephants. That's
doesn't
what the
eat.
thing eats. Is an elephant.
I mean,
I can find
You're
the
not feeding
elephant.
this thing.
you would barely be a snack. Like its beak is bigger than you are.
I'm assuming it doesn't need to eat because
No,
it's a
doesn't.
summoned
It's a summoned
creature.
creature. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't eat food.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So essentially, you settle in, you get there, and the tower is up there, and you essentially once you're all settled, the rock is dismissed, and you guys are sitting there. And with that, we are at our break time here. Let's go ahead and take our break, and we'll pick up from there in a little bit.
I need a wee.
And we're back, and you have camped just to the north of the city of Yorlock. Um, and in this close proximity, yes, it is hard to tell day from night. It is very dark. You can see it kind of off in the distance, looking kind of to the north, like all in every direction except for the southeast, south of you there. And you can see like when the sky everywhere else gets dark, but looking at your lock, it's hard to tell exactly. It does get darker, but even the daytime is still very, very shrouded in shadows and everything else. This close to the city too. Again, because you're seeing some buildings intact, some buildings kind of aside there. There is a large wall all around the city. Parts of the wall are smashed in. Parts of the wall are just kind of jagged rocks and rubble. There's some weird like metal, like what may have been sort of like metal, like almost like a ironwork on the top of the wall that has been twisted and broken in some spots. Um, it is very much a ruined looking city. Some of the buildings inside there are kind of like leaning sideways. Some of them are somewhat intact. But again, the architecture very similar to buildings you would see in Port Oris or Dravier. Although not quite as tall as Dravier. Sorry, as Port Oris, because as buildings there are much, much taller. But similar architecture, similar building style. Most of the buildings they're intact are made of stone. Um, there are no wooden structures still standing, as it's been a millennia of neglect, pretty much. Um, there's some like bits of wood that are almost petrified that are in places there, but no wooden structure is still standing at all. On this side of the city, you can see down where the walls of the city wrap around to where the coastline is. It does actually reach all the way to the coastline. Um, in sort of the looking at the city, like from where you are right now, the front gate is off to the right, kind of on the inland side over here. Um, and then there's do seem to be docks or something else on the ocean side, but the wall sort of butts right up to the ocean, and part of that has crumbled away, and some of the ground has crumbled away as well. But um, just inland from that, you do see a very straight, one of the tallest buildings you can see that's still somewhat standing. It looks very similar to the Wizard's Tower in Dravier, a large square tower, which you kind of also kind of glance down at the coins that you carry here, and it's very similar uh, shape to the tower on your coins. However, the top like third of the tower is like crumbled and pulled away. Um, but it's very similar in size and structure to the Wizard's Tower in Dravier. Um, however, um, okay, uh, everywhere else, you can't. It's hard to see. Um, you can just make out like the vague outline of shapes there. It is a large city. It's miles across. So you realize like, you had to like wander in there and be like right right there. There are sections of the wall that have collapsed that you could go in through the wall section, essentially, or you can go into the gates. You can try to go down around to the docks and come up the ocean side, or you can go up and over. So as the last light of um, the daylight there goes away, um, and you see that yes, there are many ways you could definitely go into the city. It's up to you how you want to do this. Um, but it is your last night before doing so. So let's see what happens here. Um, watch schedule. I don't remember what it is anymore here, but what order do you want to do watches in this time around?
Are we intending to go into the city on horses, or are we just going to walk in?
Walk
I think we
in.
should try and be as stealthy as possible.
Yeah, definitely. As quiet as we can. I mean, even though it is like a big, broad, open thing going on here, but as quiet as we can.
I'll take the middle watch because it tends to be the darkest.
Okay, so first watch, who is it?
Me.
Okay. All right.
I'll do like third watch, so morning ish.
Okay, well, there's 5 of you. Third watch would be Amethyst. So this is
I was going to say I've
Third
just
watch
said the
is
middle
me.
one.
Okay, fourth then.
Okay.
I'll do fourth.
Okay. All right. So we have
Second then.
okay, Lucas, and then we'll put name Raz, if you want to call last. Okay. All right.
To kill everyone at sunup.
Okay. So let me just do this real quick here.
Before we rest, I'm going to cast Mind Blank.
Okay.
You might as well just give him your bloody bracer. Not going to need that anymore, are you?
Yep. So you'll go ahead and be blank for the 24 hours. So it's just self. You have to have yourself then, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right. Cool. So make sure you keep note of that and remind me if any of those conditions or situations might arise. I'm sure I'll forget. But yeah. Let's see here. So Athena, give me a perception check for your watch as we kind of go through the watches here and see what
My perception
occurs.
checks have not been
They've
the
been
greatest
bad,
today,
but yeah, let's see how well.
that's not any better.
Okay, good. So you go ahead and since you said you keep it out a little longer here, once everyone's settled, you're on your first watch. At that point, you just miss the rock.
Yep.
And so it goes away. And when you do, you kind of like watch where it was and kind of look over, and then you'll see something. Yeah, even with the perception shift that low here, it's still pretty obvious. There is various parts of the city that are kind of glowing with this weird greenish light. There's not really a pattern or a specific thing to it there. But at one point, kind of looking at the city, just to the right where you're situated there, you will see in that greenish patch of light there a winged figure fly up into the air and kind of turn, like do a little circle and fly back down. It's not. It's hard to make out details exactly. You can't quite see because we didn't roll high enough to see details about it there. But just something flies up, a dark shape that you can see there. It's not large. It's not. You're certain of that. It's not like a dragon-sized thing or anything like that, but something with wings flies up, circles around, and goes back down. And you realize kind of where that location would be corresponds to where your scavenger friend there said would be probably where the gargoyles would be. So that's probably a gargoyle you saw flying in the sky.
That
Do a little
green,
patrol and come back down again.
that green little hue thing that I've seen, does that remind me of when I was down in the Death Marshes?
Yeah, you've seen similar greenish glow in various places there. It's sort of it seems to be kind of corresponding to undeath and decay and magic type things. And you realize it's not so much like it's not. You don't really see like a spell effect going off, just sort of an ambient glow that's sort of like it's almost like a northern lights kind of effect there. Where it kind of shimmers in the air and then dissipates. Then it'll shimmer in the air over here and then dissipate. And it comes and goes.
Okay.
It's not like over one part of the city where it's always there. Just sort of see it occasionally. But nothing moves out and attacks you. You don't see anything moving up toward the tower or anything else. You just sort of see that off in the distance there, over in the city. And your watch will pass, as far as you know, uneventfully.
As far as I know, uneventfully. And then I'm gonna go wake up. Amethyst is next.
Lucas is next.
Lucas.
Yep.
Lucas, wake up. It's your turn.
Okay.
If you were asleep. I don't know. Elves don't sleep, right? You meditate.
He's a half elf.
Half elf.
Same thing, right? Still meditate.
I sleep.
No.
Nope.
That
Half
is-
Oh,
elves-
you sleep.
half elves sleep. Yeah. Only full elves don't sleep. Okay. So Lucas, same thing. Give me a perception check. See what kind of things you spot during your watch time here. Okay. Again, you kind of watching this sort of like weird pattern of glow here. Um, and knowing what you know about magic, it's kind of similar to some sort of like it, areas of high concentrations of magic will sometimes give off a sort of weird little glow. It's kind of this thing that happens, and there's definitely a lot of magic in this place. Primarily necromantic magic. It's fairly obvious. Just the amount of undeath that's here. Uh, you don't see kind of like kind of watch the skyline, watching the city there. Again, it's dark enough that you can't really see like the detail, but again, in the glow that you see, um, you will definitely spot at least once during your watch there a winged figure kind of up, like does sort of a circle, kind of moving around over where the garden would be, and you feel it, you can get, it's like almost a humanoid shape. Again, like you kind of see that the large wings that are flying there and sort of a humanoid shape along with that there. And you, yeah, again, assume gargoyles. You don't see you don't see anything else in the sky really. However, um, at one point in a particularly like bright part of the glow there, uh, you can make out. It's hard to say at first there, but there seem to be a number of humanoid figures standing on the wall. It's sort of backlit by this like glow that comes up there, and you kind of blink a little bit there, and is that just a clump of rocks, or is that some sort of like weird wreckage? And I'm like, no, that definitely looks like a humanoid figure, or two, or three, or five. Um, and as you kind of watch it for a moment there, they're all you again. It's a trick of the light. You're not sure. And then as the glow fades away, you just barely make out um sort of a red uh a red energy around them. Kind of this reddish glow around them that just seems to be there. It's an odd look to it there, but you definitely see it.
Any idea what it is?
Um give me a an intelligence check there, or a kind of check might be active. Would work in this case. Um, you saw a little bit of familiar when you were at Zorlos's keep. Um, some of the some of the some of the vampires that were there uh had a bit of an aura around them similar to his reddish glow. You're not sure exactly why that might be the case, but there's definitely you definitely caught sight of that it wasn't all of them, it was a couple of them. So you're not really sure why they would be glowing like that. Um, some sort of after effect of using some sort of magic or whatever. Hard to say. But there's and again, they're just standing perfectly still. The only reason you saw them really was because of the glow that rose behind them and sort of backlit them for a moment, and then it's just faded away and you can't see them anymore. Uh, the rest of your watch will pass uneventfully. Nothing approaches. Nothing comes at you. Amethyst, it's your turn. You have a perception check as you are watching along the area there. Um, Again, the same phenomenon. The greenish glow appearing occasionally. No real pattern to it. You can discern. Um, you sort of see a bit of the glow up behind where you see the spire lit up for a little bit there. And there's no motion up there, no movement, no there, but it has sort of that weird sort of backlit dark tower. And from the angle you're at, you almost can't see the ruined section of the top of the tower. Um, and it just the imagery of the wizard's tower and the tower on the coin brings it all back to you, and you're encountering with necromancy and shadows and things like that from before. And just sends a shiver up your spine for a moment there. You're distracted a little bit though because there's a bit of a crackling of a voice coming through telepathically to you, and it is Elia kind of checking in with you, and you notice that it's while you can still hear her, even more so since you've been here before. It's almost a bit like some words kind of get missed. It's a little like a little bit like staticky a little bit more, and you kind of find yourself having kind of trained to make out all the words. And just what's going on? Are you okay? And it, things are here and uh worried and want to see. And it's just sort of like you're straining to hear the words there. She doesn't. What you can tell that she doesn't sound panicked or worried for herself. She's always just worried about you for the most part. She's not panicked or in the process there. But you definitely hear the sound of it. It sounds a little like that actually right now. And you hear the words there.
Good Elia.
It comes and goes. It's all right. That's kind of what she hears coming back from you. And so some words will be exchanged there, and it'll come and go, and eventually, kind of it gets in a little bit better, and you hear a little bit, and you kind of reassure her, or what do you tell her about what's happening with you right now? See, well, just give it a try and see if it's working. It comes and goes.
Hello.
A little robot-y, but I don't know. It's kind of, yeah, it's okay. Well, it was like, hello, hello. Hey, Avress, are you there? What happened? What's going on?
Unfortunately, only Dead Space can hear it, Jim.
I know. You all can hear it. That's the funny thing. Yeah. And those watching it hear it.
Hello, can you hear
There
me
we
now?
go. That's working now. Good.
Oh,
So
okay. Sorry about that.
that's what it is. Things are yeah.
I will attempt to reassure her. I will say we're all fine. We've met somebody new. He seems interesting. I'll tell you all about him.
Yep.
When we're back. And we will be back. Just heading into a city now. We're gonna go and see if we can find anybody in there. I love you very much, and I will see you very soon.
And she will return it, and I didn't know you're safe, and love you too, and we'll see you soon, hopefully. And and as you kind of let the connection sort of fade for a moment there, it's sort of you feel a bit of a tingling from the jagged blade.
Oh.
Not a panic like you're about to be attacked tingling, just sort of a little bit of just a sensation of maybe connection of some kind. And you look over at Athena's twitching in her sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Athena doesn't do well at nighttime.
Yeah. And you can kind of see her kind of like moving around. The words that she's saying, like murmuring something like that, not screaming it loud, but just sort of murmuring like kind of under her breath. And it takes you a moment to realize that she's saying things that are in Elven.
Okay.
And and then she blurts out, "Rary, no!" And then kind of like she stops, like, and you're like, "Is she okay?" And then her breathing goes to normal. Like she's just like it's almost like sleep apnea at the end. Like you kind of like she, Rary, no, and then she starts breathing normal and settles back down again. Tingling from the dagger goes away as well.
Oh, she's having memories of her being murdered by Rary then.
All the time.
That's horrible. Okay. I will go over. I'm not going to touch her, but I'm going to go over and I'm going to just quietly talk to her and just kind of try to calm her.
Mm-hmm. She seems to respond. She seems to be okay with it. It's like it's past, and I mean, she kind of settles into a much more normal like rhythm of breathing. The twitching and moving in her sleep has stopped. But yeah, she seems to be better. And you find yourself staying there until it's time to get to Escup for his watch. So you settle back down again to rest and finish up your sleeping for the night.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep close to Athena just to make sure that she's all right.
Yep. Okay. So then, perception check. See what you come across. Okay. Very similar. You find yourself kind of settling into that position and awareness that you always did when you were on watch in Death Watch, and it feels very eerily familiar. The feeling in the air, just the sensation of what's out there, the kind of you can't detect undead, but there's just a sense that you've been being around it in a way. You feel sort of similar sensation that you had back then, and you watch and you just keep an eye on things. Um, Nothing leaves the city itself, but you swear as you watch, it's almost like the city is it's the whole city itself is like wavering a little bit, and it's like, and you watch the patterns there, and you see the little glow of lights, and it's almost like the city itself is breathing, sort of a little fleck of the wall sort of like flex outward and then back, and the buildings sway and back. And with a 27, you sort of like settle in on this, and you realize that definitely down toward the ocean side, it's all emanating from there. There's just sort of like energy, almost like a wave of energy moving out and back, out and back. And um, it's a dark presence. It's there. Not a being, more of a place. And you've been there when a rift has opened up. Like you were actually there when one opened up there. And it feels like that, but not like it's about to go, like it's there. So yes, you can definitely feel and sense that rift there. And it's larger than any of you ever felt. Like the ones that you saw before, like yeah, some things can come out of it, like a group of people or a group of undead, maybe something a little bit larger can come through, but this is massive. And as you watch, at one point there's a flare of energy. The glow suddenly appears everywhere, lighting up the city for a moment or two, just for a few seconds. And it just leaves this like green outline on your view, seeing all the buildings in place there, and then goes away. And it's dark, and the glow stops, and you see nothing else for the rest of your watch.
Yeah, just mace in my lap. watching
Yep.
the whole thing.
Okay.
All right, I'll get up and go wake up. Who's next?
Yeah, be Raz. So you wake up your cleric.
Nameless.
Nameless. Give me a perception check there for you and see as you settle in.
Roll over to Usk and go, Goopy morning. How old are you? Small talk. So much fun.
Oh, were you asking me that?
No,
No.
Oh,
Dan's got
Nameless.
to do a perception.
Yep, perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's no interaction.
Well, it's weird because you can kind of see as he looks up there, he's just sort of like glassy eyed, like he's seen something or experienced something that just kind of unnerved him, and he just sort of like kind of not stumbles off, but just sort of like slowly moves off and lies down and goes to sleep. It's almost like he's like in a bit of a daze as he does so. So with that 20 as you go there, what's weird is things seem normal to you. Nothing here seems all that weird to you. Nothing seems all that strange. I mean, yes, there's undead. Yes, there's this weird sensation that's here, but you've seen so much weird stuff in your time that you can things that you can remember and vague feelings of things that you can't remember. This all just seems kind of normal. And you've seen this city, you realize, as you're looking at it here, you've been here before, but you saw it from the ocean side as you went by in your boat. And you tried to come on land and just saw nothing but hostile and things that were not helpful or whatever and left before anything had happened to you or be taken or done anything else there. The only people you saw were hostile and wanted to command you or take you or kill you. And everything else you saw was undead and not worthy of getting close to. And nothing along the shoreline that you saw matched that vision in your head of a cliff of a cave. It was all normal, from what you could tell, or not what you saw. So looking at it from this angle, it's like you're trying to make out the things there, and you see that spire that you saw that was there. That's kind of and it like kind of poked up there on the side. You can see a couple of the buildings there that look a little familiar in terms of the outline you saw them. The ruined wall that you saw. You can't see the docks exactly from here, but you know where they are. But with that, your watch will pass. Nothing leaves the city and comes out to you. So morning
Right.
as morning comes up there. Yeah.
On my watch, I'm gonna reach in my component pouch, pull out my slight axe. I'm gonna slice my finger open for a little bit of blood, pull a piece of flesh out of my little component box, and I'm actually gonna cast the spell.
Okay. Which one is it?
Let's see. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, wow, that's a lot. Okay.
Really. And there's going to be some bones I'm going to take out of my folding boat.
Okay. What sort of?
Just a little skeleton.
A skeleton.
Medium-sized skeleton.
Okay. So when you all awaken, you will see a skeleton standing there next to a nameless. Not hostile, just standing there.
I jump up. And there's a skeleton that I'm intending on striking it.
Okay. You see Esk
skeleton. Esk. Skeleton. 30 minutes old.
Oh.
So Eska, I mean, you kind of again feeling like there.
I guess like, yeah, I'm like, did you create this one?
He goes. He might come in handy in City of Skeletons.
I
Oh.
could see that working. Well, maybe the black robe and the little maybe it worked. Yeah.
I think too hard. But there's a lot of people in there with skeletons.
So you have a skeleton walking among you now. And you're able to take your morning, get your uh, get your temporary hit points set as Lucas does his morning inspirations. You collect your stuff there, and you see the walls of the city. It is still dark above the city there. There's no sunlight shining down on it. It is still shadowy, but it's visible. It's enough light to see by, but it's not enough to cause problems for those that have issues with sunlight. So, where would you like to go? This microphone is not working at all now.
I don't know
Should we
what's going on with it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Should we go in and go to the left?
I'm wondering if we should use the Hat of Seeming to make us all look a little bit like we're just sort of stumbling undead or something. That might be. We might be able to pass by at least some things unnoticed if we're just like, oh, brains.
Skeletons is more like clack, like they say much. But yeah,
we can make our armor look like just like tatty clothing and make us all look a little bit sort of rough and ready, and just got to sort of like amble along instead of marching or whatever.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys. What do you think? It's an idea.
Does steaming last for 8 hours?
I mean,
it lasts for a while. I know that much. So
doesn't matter to me.
8 hours.
Okay.
If we think it'll work.
At this point, I've no idea. Absolutely no idea. But him making a skeleton appear has made me think, oh, maybe we could, there's a skeleton there. We could be zombified and, corpseified and gross even.
Well, I will say this. You can make a decision there. Mostly I need to know, do you want to try to go in over the wall, through a gap in the wall, or around to the gate, or even around to the docks? Which way do you want to go? Which way do you want to approach the city? Because that might.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we want to go in from the docks? I would not like to, but that seems to be the quickest way into the people we want to get to. But we could also go through off and to the left.
Why don't you want to go through the dock?
Because that means the ocean.
So last night on my watch, I was looking at the CD, and I think that there might be.
Bless you.
Bless
Sorry,
Excuse me. I had a massive burp. Excuse me while I have a little bit of a issue. So the thing is, I saw maybe a portal, or at least that's where one of them is located, I think.
Yeah.
Colosseum.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
So I think we need to go to the Colosseum, so whichever's the quickest way to get there, really.
Yeah, without walking past vampires and stuff.
I follow you guys. I'm still a little skeptical about it though, because
Go via the water. We can fly low and go land on the docks and come in that way. Maybe.
Who? Are we casting the spell fly?
No? Yeah?
Or are we flying?
You can use my carpet. I can just fly.
Will I fit on the carpet?
Yes.
On your
Okay.
own, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have to be on it by yourself probably. Like with this, an S could be on it, but you're a little too big to fit somebody else on there with you.
Okay.
Mhm.
But yes, you could ride it by yourself.
All right.
Okay.
If that's what you guys want to do,
So-
I'm game.
Okay. So in case, so looking at the city from this angle here, you're going into the left, down to the water, and then down along to where the dock. Okay. Uh, let's see. As you as you kind of discuss this, work it out there, you hear a voice. I would not recommend that. The water like this, the dock area is very, very treacherous, both with people who wish to take you, enslave you, and, well, do terrible things with you.
Hmm.
Look around. You don't see anything.
Who is this speaking to us?
You hear a voice. You don't see anything. As you're kind of making your plans on where to go, you just
Yeah,
hear a
can we
voice.
not speak back to it?
Yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's what you hear a voice talking to you, and you see.
And I'm saying, who is
Yes.
this speaking to us?
Oh, that's
Oh.
okay. Sorry, that's what you're asking them. Okay,
That's what I
sorry,
was asking the voice,
sorry.
not you. Well, yeah, you, but the voice you, not the
Right,
you.
got it. Okay,
Oh, dear Lord in heaven.
someone who doesn't want the sickle, the shriven sickle, to have more powerful servants out of nowhere.
Do we recognize the voice?
No.
Is it a physical voice?
His voice you're all hearing. It's not telepathic or anything else. You're hearing a voice from somewhere. You just can't see who's speaking.
Oh, okay. I thought it was telepathically. My
No,
bad.
no, this
Okay,
is
yeah.
out loud. Yeah, you hear it out loud. Yeah.
I'm going to look around to see if I can see anybody.
You don't see anyone.
Okay, listen,
I'm
voice that I don't know. I'm going to start swinging like a baseball bat here in a minute.
No, you're not.
You won't hit
I'm
anything.
not.
That's all
This
right.
is a friendly person.
Are we sure?
I'm going to use see invisibility.
Okay. What will happen? Basically, you kind of shift your eyes shift and do that thing, that kind of the glowy purple bits in your eyes, and suddenly, like you kind of see into this other spectrum, and sort of about maybe 25, 30 feet away, roughly, and up about 10 feet, you will see a dwarf figure. Maybe it's kind of this, like, see invisible doesn't give you like the exact, like, you don't just see them, but there's obviously an invisible person standing there who's like hovering in the air 10 feet off the ground. And you'll see him sort of like look down, see you looking at them. Ah, so you have ways of seeing the unseen. That will be very useful.
Indeed.
I'm guessing you with one of the factions in the city.
Yes, you were seen last night, and we realized that you meant no direct immediate harm, and so it just seemed prudent to discuss what you are doing here.
I've seen you're one of the vampires, though.
My name is Goltosh.
I'm Lucas.
Jim,
It's good
can
to
you
meet
spell, please?
Absolutely.
No Zorlos.
Thank you.
Well, this is a dwarf.
So, does he know Zorlos?
The name is vaguely familiar, but I do not know them specifically.
Mm-hmm. He helped us out. He's the one who helped us get here. He's a vampire too.
Maybe before my time. I am somewhat newly in this state.
Right. So,
though I am in charge.
Right. Very bad things are happening. And we want to try and...
Always.
Yeah, but worse than ever.
How so?
Because we're from the continent over the water, and there are massive rifts opening over there now, and bad things happening, and devils and demons, and basically a whole cataclysm is going to happen again. What did you guys call it? The thing that happened.
The breaking.
The breaking. There you go.
Yes. It was. I was not alive at the time, but I have heard much of what happened then. Well,
yeah.
I was not alive, or in my current state at the time.
No. Okay. But yeah, it's they're trying to make it happen again, and we're to try to stop it from happening. So.
Does not sound like a very good course of action, I would agree. Well, if you are wishing to confront the shriven sickle, I will not stop you. Although I will say many others have gone to deal with them and either have been dispatched or turned to their service.
I don't suppose you would like to help, maybe a little bit.
Understand that there is a balance of sorts within the city itself. I have a clan and many non-vampires to watch over, and I do not want to see them destroyed if the balance of power shifts. However, I will say that if anything were to expand, we will do what we can to contain it.
What do you know about the rifts?
I know that there is a opening of sorts to a place that they can come and go from, to a darker place. It is one that they guard very, very closely, and has been there for quite a long time in some state or other. My people have reported that it has grown recently. It is stronger, and it may correspond to why you're here, in fact. Those of you, and at this point, you'll see he just sort of like, and the kind of veil lifts, and what you see is a dwarf dressed in just sort of like dark, casual-looking clothing, like kind of like dark gray like pants, a tunic style, kind of a almost doublet style sort of black vest over top of dark gray tunic. Very casual looking, but and obviously nice looking clothing. Very bright red hair, like kind of pulled back. You see, sort of at this point, looking at him, he's got like these bright green eyes and it's like very, very like neatly rimmed and braided red beard, looking pretty much like a fairly normal dwarf, other than a very pale skin, and that he's floating 10 feet off the ground. No weapons evident. He's just sort of standing there, and it's good to see you all. I fear again if they were to kill you and raise you, or find a way to take control of you and turn you to their service, it would definitely upset the balance of power within this city. You all look like capable people, but there are a lot of them. And they have powerful allies at their service.
Powerful allies?
From beyond the door, the gateway.
Men?
And beast, and dead, and things they can bring through.
Fiends?
No.
No?
Well, I suppose shadows might be considered fiends in some circles. I have heard that way. What is your intent with them?
We are hunting two people in particular. A man named Rary and a man named Corwain is an elf.
I do not know these names. I don't think that they are here. I have not heard of them specifically. Is there... If they are... You... Let's see. Looks you over. Can one of you provide an image of them?
I'll gesture towards Amethyst.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. No, they don't look familiar. They have not been seen, at least by anyone that I know of, within these walls. Though I do not know the allies these have that the cult has. If they are allied with them in some way, it is possible. What do these people do?
They kicked the hornet's nest and summoned us to come cause them problems because they caused us problems. You know, that kind of situation.
I'm gonna show him an image of the pet fiend and the Baylor as well, because we've seen them both, haven't we?
Formidable creatures. I have dealt with those things similar. And you'll see him as he does that, he sort of like flexes his hands, and his hands like become more demonic. And he just sort of like and then sort of fade back to normal.
I don't like it.
So, these two people and two demons that we are, need to remove from this plane of existence is the problem we are facing.
And you think they are allied with the people inside the city?
We figure we start here and then maybe make our way to other cities if we do not find them here.
You will find very few cities that are accessible very easily. But let us see. When I asked what they do, I meant what are their abilities or their allegiances?
So
They
we
truck
believe
with truck with demons. I know you mentioned this, so yes, they have abilities in that aspect. But are any of them allied with specific gods or powers of any kind?
Well,
Corwain's a high priest of Nero.
Ah, well, that would make sense then, since they are the cult of the Shriven Sickle here, and they also deal with Nero. That is their focus, and one of the reasons why we fight against them and resist is we will not serve them. We serve only ourselves and each other. At least in my clan.
How long have you been here?
I have been, well, a little over 300 years.
Because Rary came across 80 odd years ago. A group came across from our continent.
Not to this place, as far as I'm aware. How did he arrive? Via magic of some kind, or a portal, or gateway?
Airship.
Oh yeah.
Airship. There are such things?
Yes.
Yeah.
We know what that airship specifically looked like. We'd seen pictures of their airship. I know
I know
that
what it looks like. I see it every night. I just don't have a way of showing it to you.
I mean, you get an image of it in your head.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Oh dear
We
Lord.
literally do. We literally have a
Yeah.
way of doing that.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Okay.
All right.
If you can show me that through
Yeah.
telepathy, I
very
can then show them.
It looks
Oh,
very
sure.
similar to your airship in style. I mean, a different size, different sail structure, something like that, but very similar in it looks like a water ship that can float, essentially, is what it is. Um, so that is interesting that can fly. Hmm. Interesting. I don't. And they came from the New World, as they called it.
Mhm.
Hmm. Well, I can honestly say I've never seen anything like that in my time here. It did not come to this place. I can ask some of my clan and see if any of them have seen something similar. And he pauses for a moment. No, none of them really have.
Creepy
None
and
have.
cool all
None
at the
have.
same time.
None have. Are said that they've seen something exactly like that. No. And he somehow is in telepathic contact with his clan.
Mhm. Like I said, it's creepy and cool all at the same time.
I can't hear you.
What is
So
going on?
I don't know. We can hear you now.
Your push to talk isn't working the way it's supposed to. I guess I don't know.
Mm-mm.
What were you saying?
I can't remember.
Aw, you have rat's
Well,
disease.
it would make it easier, definitely, if we can have like a truce with one another. We're not going to die. We're not going to get turned. At the very worst, we'll just leave. But we're not going to be a threat to you. If you guys can say you'll leave us to this city and let us do what we need to do and leave.
I can honestly say, if you do not encroach upon our territory with hostile intent, then we have no quarrel.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that wanders into our area who wishes to do any harm to me or mine, they will be dealt with in the most severe fashion.
We are good friends with some vampires in the other
I wouldn't say
So-
good friends, but we are allied with a vampire from the other continent who helped us to get here. We have an understanding between us. He's actually a member of nobility, runs a whole, city full of
His name again, you mentioned it before. What was it?
Zorlos.
He pauses again. That name is known to my clan. It was before my time, quite a bit.
He
was
once lived here, powerful.
Interesting. And he's in the New World, you say? I will
Yes,
have
he's
to
made quite the name for himself.
pass that along. He's still around too. Fascinating. Well, I will. I can say that. Well, again, we are not going to venture out and put ourselves in the middle of a war of some kind. We will not impede your efforts at this time. And
That's amazing.
we can leave it at that.
So,
I will say this. If you are going, don't go near the spire.
No.
That's the second person to tell me what not to do.
What's in the spire?
So what is in the spire? You are now the second person to mention
This spire was a tower of magic. And the residents of that tower, there are two. One is, well, very likely an original resident who has preserved himself in a way to keep him eternally within the material plane. I believe the terminology is lich.
Oh.
And he has a pet of sorts that protects the tower itself and has fed on many, many items of magical power over the centuries. And is a fearsome and, well, very dangerous creature, to be short.
Not gonna lie, y'all. I'm gonna go poke it.
I know, right?
Every ounce of me is going, this is the second time somebody's told me not to do something.
Many, many items of power. You didn't mention what kind of a creature it is?
I believe the closest terminology will be dragon type creature.
Okay.
But it is no longer living either.
Right. Oh, we fought an undead dragon before. I'll show him a scallywag dragon thing that we did.
Quite terrible, yes.
Died.
Died?
I laud your efforts there. I would not wish to fight something like that, but something with it, along with the its master, would be. We do not truck with that being or his pet. From what we are able to determine, as long similar to us, if no one disturbs him in his tower, he will not disturb anyone else. I was told very much so that one of my people, before I became leader, did venture into there with the thought of being able to take things and was obliterated within seconds. His voice was silenced immediately.
Out of curiosity, do you have anything else that you can tell us about the city? And
The garden is a place of quiet and peace. If you do not disturb the garden, it will not be a problem. Avoid the ghostly things, and if you see the wormed ones, just don't. They're just the worms. Anything living is fed to the worms, and the worms make them mobile, I guess you would call it. They are disgusting. I have had to rescue a number of living things from their grasp before they could feed on them.
So, working in the catacombs, we had things called rot grubs. Are they sort of like those? Do you know what those are?
Similar, I believe, except these are actually more like a hive mind, a swarm, a vast swarm that can animate bodies by inhabiting them and making them move around. It is said they were once a cult worshipping the god known as Caius, but the actual worms became sentient and are literally the only thing left. But they just exist to feed and do whatever they can. Their skeletons go and find anything living and drag it back to their pit. It's a slaughterhouse of sorts over there, literally.
I've seen Rob grinning because he's run
I
a
know.
campaign about Caius.
I know. It's like, yep.
I hate
Yep.
Caius worms.
I know. Yeah, imagine that there's no one directing them. They are literally the intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's an intelligent swarm of Caius worms.
so gross.
Yep. He's like, and yeah, they kind of, and yeah, I won't tell you what he will describe it to you. Essentially, they just literally wrap themselves in and around the skeleton and make it move.
That's gross.
That is gross.
No doubt. I agree. It is disgusting. And even the most desperately hungry of my people will never touch them. So,
Are we free to pass through your area to get to Colosseum?
Not his area. We have to stay out of his area.
No, we said as long as we don't want intent against him.
He told us stay out of there.
It would not be beneficial to go through. I only say to not approach through mine. I do not want the appearance to be that you are allied with us. There was a reprisal from them. So I do not wish to strike the balance there, as I believe we could defeat a number of them. Their numbers and abilities are just too much for the weaker of my kind, and I have a number of living in my charge that must be protected.
So what you say is the best way for us to get there?
If you travel through the city from the main gates, just keep going straight down the middle. Don't venture off the side paths, regardless of what you see or hear. You will reach the Colosseum. You can go via the docks, but they are very much in control of that area, so approaching it without being seen or dealing with very difficult fighting on the docks would not be easy. Let's just say narrow walkways, water, and things in the water are very terrible as well. So they avoid the water in general. You're not wrong, Raz. But very well taken care of.
Velaz been out here for a very long time. Velaz, no.
So,
Yes.
what do we do now?
But
I came in here to smash faces and find this dude, and we can't find the dude now.
Well,
Let's go close the portal.
You have means of aerial travel, we saw.
Yeah, what was that?
The large bird thing you just missed in the middle of the night?
Huh. Bird
You were
thing.
watching from the wall. You can see it out there.
No, the birds thing. Yes.
I mean, it would be. I mean, as far as we know, they are not aware of your presence, so that will not last for long. They do have eyes and ears in a lot of places, and are able to see and find out a lot. So there's a very good chance that they will know you are here soon, and may send out things to deal with you or fortify their approach. So if you wish to go, you may wish to do so soon. As I said, approaching from the air or approaching from within the city itself would be the easiest way to get there without having to fight their way through their numbers. They would never expect anything from the city itself because they are in such control of it, over the entire, essentially, pretty much. Imagine the whole eastern side of the city there. That's all been kind of carved out by them, all around the what's called what would be the Colosseum.
We can't actually pull the rock out today, can we? It's going to have to be tomorrow.
True.
Yeah.
So what do we do for 24 hours?
You have a city to scout out. You have a.
We can, yeah, go look through the city and do stuff with the city.
Just go through the main gate and head up there. Stealthily.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best. If I will inform all, I've informed my people that as long as you do not approach with any hostile intent, they will not bother you. And they will do your best to stay out of your way at this time.
Okay. I'll reach my hand out to shake his hand.
You'll take it.
Mm-hmm. I'll shake hands with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because it's like he's, it's like he's, other than this pale skin, and occasionally when he talks, you will see the fangs. I mean, they're present. He's not hiding them.
Mine too.
Exactly. Which is, but the fangs on a dwarf are not normal. So,
No.
And when he does, when he does shake your hands here, you will see the kind of his eyes are the green. You'll notice that they're kind of the large green pupil. The rest of it around the pupil is black. There's no whites of his eyes when you're up closer to him when you shake his hand. It's like green in the middle of black.
Cool.
And so, I appreciate this productive and non-hostile meeting. I do not want to deal with harm to my people or our territory. So good luck in your endeavors, and please do what you can to kick the sickle around a bit.
We'll try our very best. You have my word.
Yeah, well, I will accept it on behalf of the rest of your companions as well.
And we walk away.
Hey, and you'll sort of like, as he will kind of like just like rise up, levitate again, and then kind of move over to the wall. He doesn't turn his back on you. He just sort of like watches and kind of like levitates back there until he gets closer to the wall. At that point, he just sort of like shimmers out of view. Visibility goes back up, and he just, man, as you can see, at that point, and once he goes invisible, you can just see visible still up there. You'll see him kind of like at that point, then just sort of like go up and like actually like fly at that point, and then head back over the wall.
Is the second time we have met with vampires. It has been very pleasant.
Ask. Go for it, buddy. You go do you, boy. You could stay here too. It'd be a lot of fun. Uncharted areas, being a vampire.
Yep.
You know, don't tip me. I am a little bit liking this place. We are fighting lots. It's mostly traveling, but a little bit of fighting. It's pretty fun.
All you can eat worms.
Yeah.
Listen, I can do without the bugs. Mm-hmm.
Esk prefers beetles.
True, yes, of course.
Yeah.
You don't want to eat chaos worms anyway. If you eat one of those things, they eat you from the inside.
Yep.
And then you die and you wake up as an undead.
All right, here we go.
Up is an undead, or
yep.
How can you wake up from undead?
Rise up as an undead.
You still have to wake from being dead to being up again.
Are you awake? Are you at that point?
No, but you're still awake.
Definitely not from a Kaya sensation. No, definitely not.
Whatever.
So, you guys head back. So we'll go ahead and see what the front gate looks like here as you are going to be here. It's a bit fuzzy, hazy.
I was going to use this picture. I mean, damn, I was playing.
Ah, I love it. Yep. Effectively, yeah. The gate. Yeah. Essentially, like as I mentioned before, the wall has like these twisted metal bits on top of it. There are various structures and in various states of still standing. Um, there's really nothing in the way of uh like intact buildings around the front gate. However, when you move in. So as you approach the front gates and try to move inside, give me a stealth check, everybody. See how well you move in unseen. It is very dim lighting, so it's not hard to find like shadows to move into and things to hide behind. There's lots of rubble and broken statuary and buildings and everything else. Okay. See what the average stealth is in the group here as we go through this. Let's need Athena and Rez. Ooh, Athena's not good. That's good. Okay.
It's like Sora all over again, only I'm not wearing heavy plates.
Yeah, exactly. And yes.
All day today. All day.
Essentially, Athena, you're having a hard time just like because he's stepping into things that squish and you kind of like try and so it slips a little bit there. It's more like mud and it's not and kind of like this weird like grayish squishy moss that kind of covers a lot of different things like so you're kind of finding yourself slipping a little bit here and there. But you're not the rest of the group there is keeping quiet enough to prevent because three of the five you succeeded and two did not. So average wise you did beat the average perception of things in the area. One thing you will note as you move into the space here is like literally kind of standing out in the open is a silhouette. And those you've been in the party for a while will recognize a shadow. It's just sort of like there. Like it's just it doesn't seem to notice your presence. It's not like but it's just sort of like there, like out in the open, just right there.
It's creepy, right?
Yeah.
I think most of this place is going to be very creepy.
Yeah, Amethyst and Lucas, you dealt with enough shadows to recognize what that is. It's, it's been a while since you've seen one in person, but there you have it.
I finally saw a shadow. We set a building on fire.
So, it's just sort of standing there, like just, again, you can't really tell which way it's facing, other than it's either facing toward you or away from you, one of the two. But you can't really see a face or anything in it. So, you managed to kind of keep out of the way, and it doesn't seem to react to your presence initially. But you are going to have to find a way to kind of get around where it is to move further into the city there. It's kind of standing out in the middle of where you have to go, unless you want to go out into the areas. And you'll see that even to the right, as you move into this open space there, to the right is definitely like immediately is sort of a much more like narrow, twisted buildings that they don't all quite line up in a straight line. They weren't built with like an orderly structure in mind here. They're all just sort of like haphazardly, like there's no street that's a straight street with buildings alongside of it. It's more just like a building this way and a building that way and a building this way with this winding like cobblestone, well, overgrown like broken cobblestone path along on the buildings there. Little like ways to go in between them. And the other side, you'll see that it's a little more open in that direction. So it's obviously more. It's not as like narrow and confining, but it's also less space to hide that direction. So, but there's also the shadow right there. What would you like to do as you are in your opening space here?
Do we want to just kill the thing, or want to go around, maybe try and find a hole in the wall?
You know, shadows are not very strong. I mean, this isn't a shadow demon; this is a shadow. So
we can try and go out and around it.
I mean, I'll hold up my like mace of disruption. I could just go smash the thing to pieces.
Go for it. We keep walking.
I only see the wand.
Give me perception checks. As you kind of like survey the area and try to see what you can see.
Oh,
all right, let's go.
Yes,
Yep.
yeah, you're kind of focusing in, like watching it, and it's just standing there perfectly still. At the end, yeah, you're just sort of like kind of like looking everywhere, and you kind of slip a little bit and kind of right yourself there and prevent yourself there. Uh, Amethyst and Raz, both of you will see that very carefully positioned. You can see a second shadow is up on this little like broken balcony, like rubble up on top of the building above it. It's also just standing there perfectly still. But at first you're kind of like, oh wait, that's another one up there. And you think there might be a third one over here in the darkness in the spot over here. Part of the shadow doesn't look right, and you realize it's sort of you're gonna see like half of a what would be a human torso, but it's all inky black. So there's definitely 3 that you can see. You're pretty certain there aren't any other ones around, but there's obviously 3 that are there. What would you like to do?
Go beat them up, Bess. I got your back, Jack.
No, we don't know how many more there are.
And I think that we should try and be as discreet as possible and try to get in without getting into loads of fights. We're going to walk in through the gate and fight the first things we see. It's not going to be long before they notice we're here.
All right, so let's just go through another piss in the wall, yeah.
Well,
we'll skip the front gate. Maybe go.
I mean, you looking around, you could definitely maneuver in some way to. There's enough shadows and rubble here. You could try to move past them or move around, like to the left of them. They seem to be, like I said, there's one up and then one to the right. You don't see any, and it's a little bit like it's brighter over the other direction, but there's still rubble and shadows to move through. If you wanted to try to stealth your way around them.
Yeah, let's do that. Stealth.
Yeah, at the left.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So go ahead and give me stealth checks again as you kind of try to get around these guys. Luckily, they're not super perceptive.
There's a decent roll. Good
Nice.
lord.
Excellent. 3 good rolls right off the bat there on my last 2. Excellent. Wait, what happened there? Okay. So with this,
that's even worse. I've got a +7. That's even worse than the last bloody one.
I know. But everyone else definitely made up for it. So with this, you kind of as you kind of like squish in something, you kind of like do this like kind of like this little like sound, and Athena kind of glances back at you and nods like right,
right, because that's gross.
Yep. But nothing. They don't snap around. Nothing moves suddenly. Nothing there. You get able to kind of like kind of almost. It's almost like leapfrogging through the shadows and behind rubble, and kind of making your way around them. And they don't move. At first, the fact that they haven't moved once since you've been here, you kind of like, are they actually real? But you've seen shadows before. They don't need to move. they're literally undead. So you make your way around them. They don't react to you. And you move off to the left and around into some of the shadowy areas. A little bit wider street. So you kind of hug one side of the street there. They have a little bit darker shadows and kind of shift along there. You walk a little ways in there, moving quietly, keeping aware of everything. And based on what your scavenger friend there told you, again, The narrows were to the right there, which makes sense for what you were seeing, the way the buildings were already arranged in that direction. And then around to the left is um, uh, is a little bit more affluent area by the sound of it there. About a few minutes of walking quietly, moving slowly there, you're in this eerily quiet space. Imagine walking down like a nice um old time shopping district, or where like where you have like these little shops and everything else, only it's all ruined and broken and eerily quiet. There's shadows everywhere, just darkness, pools of darkness everywhere that you kind of move through and keep along there, but you see no living things or motion of any kind other than this low misty fog that starts to settle in and drift along the ground about a foot or two off the ground. It's all there. And you keep down there until off to the right, kind of in this open like square area. Like there's a couple of like ruined stone benches, what may have been a statue of some kind in the middle of this like courtyard space. You will see two figures just sort of like walking along. And again, there's this shroudy mist along the ground and like dim light, very dim lighting all around you here. And they just sort of like slowly trudge along there. Not seem to be going anywhere specifically, just sort of like wandering. And as one of them starts to walk a little closer to, as you kind of and stay out of view, you will see a skeleton. And as the lighting shifts there, you will see it's not just a skeleton. Among the ribs, along the spine, up into the skull, along the arms, there are just writhing orange pink worms squirming along this entire like frame. It just sort of like walks along. As it moves, you can see the worm sort of like bunching like muscle and lifting and moving the arms and legs along as it just sort of like walks just this weird like shuffling gait.
Gross. What are those?
That is great.
They
That's
look a little
absolutely
tasty. We
disgusting.
could throw some paprika on, and it'd be nice and
No, no,
It's
no, no.
something to avoid. You don't want to.
Maybe sometimes making a joke in a life-threatening time may be a little refreshing.
So he's gonna.
We're in life-threatening mode now? Okay, hold on. I'll pull out my axe.
You're in a whole city full of dead things that are walking around. You're definitely in danger.
One moment as I.
Can we try to avoid it?
Yes.
They're just shambling around, shuffling around. They don't seem to be like moving with any kind of purpose for the most part. They don't notice you as you kind of like stop moving and just kind of like watch them. Yeah, and let's your stealth checks right here as you did just fine, especially for these guys. However, as you watch, as you pause, one of them is sort of like walking what would cross your path. So you hold in place there. One sort of like wanders around off in the way there, but one is actively walking across the street in front of you and walking toward your left.
We'll settle down.
Give me perception checks.
Because we're doing so well on those today.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay.
I'm
totally
on full alert, man.
totally makes sense. And with this, you are just focused on this thing. It's like trying to stay quiet. At the end, the same thing. You're kind of like watching them, and you're kind of like not noticing anything else, but watching them carefully. In fact, what even with a low perception there, you'll notice there's a third one on the other side, far side of the square, sort of walking along. That sort of just barely comes into view. So your eyes are just trained in that direction. Whereas you're sort of like, yeah, you definitely spot the third one that's out there. And as you're watching them, you also notice they don't like they're not like looking anywhere. Like they just sort of like stand and move in almost like random directions. They're not like, you don't see their heads turn in any direction. They just sort of like wander. But Lucas and Esk, two things. Lucas, you will spot a shadow of something up on the rooftop ahead of you, a little ways up. Just something moving slowly along the roof. Kind of a dark shape. You can't quite make out what it is exactly at this moment, but you kind of see it moving there. It blends in with the roof. There's broken tiles and like slate tiles and everything like that, but the roof's somewhat intact. It's moving along the roof there. Esk, always having being underground, you kind of just feel this like thud, 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 thud. Very slow, plodding, like vibration in the on the ground. You don't hear it exactly, but you definitely feel it. It's very muffled.
We
But
were
yeah,
told to stay away from that.
Yep.
So as you sort of like watch for a moment, again, you still. Is there any? You want to do anything? Or you want to stay put and see what happens? Or you want to? What's your intent here? So seeing all this happening.
Out of curiosity, could we, like, I don't know, throw a rock on the like far side of the thing? Maybe like distract them to go that way, and we kind of like keep on sneaking.
Yeah, you definitely can try. Go for it. Just give me a to hit roll just to see how well you target the space you wanted to look at.
Yeah, and I can bounce. Actually, it's my two birds sling, so I can
sure.
Team.
Okay, yeah. You line up a good shot there, kind of on the far side. And you see they skip it and just pop and so
none of it to ricochet.
Okay. And give me another stealth check just to stay hidden as you do that, as you kind of like duck back down out of the way. See how your stealth is.
Natural
Excellent.
20.
Perfect. And then you kind of, and you all kind of like, you kind of see this little bit of motion as Esk throws a sling out there, and then you kind of lose track of where he went. He just kind of like ducks down, disappears behind a little bit of rock there, and gets low. A couple things happen. First off, all three of the skeletons stop. They don't turn, they don't look, they just stop where they're going. The one that's almost across the street in front of you, one on the far side, and one kind of tumbling around in front of the broken fountain over there. And the thudding footstep stop. And Lucas, because you spot it there, you watch there's a moment of like, you kind of like lose track and like, oh, there it is. Perfectly still, just like pressed against the rooftop there, kind of leaning out over the edge. You can see it like you can almost see this like the slow motion of something looking off in the direction where the rock hit the ground. There's suddenly this like crackling, crunching sound that anyone here speak Primordial? If anyone here does. Okay. All right. There's this weird crackling, crunching sound, like almost like you're like taking rocks and like crushing them and something there that happens there. And then there's a thud, 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 as a massive like. Well, you all know what a bull looks like because you've seen bulls in your part of the world. This thing comes charging into view and literally runs over the skeleton that's in front of you on the side of the street there. Just plows over it, just crunching it. You see orange like ichor just kind of like splat from where it smashes the worms and everything else there as it thuds across there and just keeps going across. It it charges all the way across the square to where there was in the far corner there. Stop and breathes out this greenish gray cloud in front of it, and within seconds the skeleton on the far side just like freezes in place and is petrified. The third one that's by the broken fountain there is just sort of like standing there perfectly kind of still for a moment. The worms inside of it are all squirming like all over the place there, but it's like it's just standing there. And then there's a blur of motion as a grayish, dark gray figure swoops down and like grabs the skeleton there and tears the top half of it off, leaving the bottom half there. The legs still stand upright and just sort of like the worm is kind of squirming there, but it doesn't really do anything because it lost the rest of its body for a second of terms, and it just flies off there, and you see it just flat against one of the buildings there. Again, just this green, this orangish ichor splattering out from the worms hitting the wall, as a gargoyle comes like flying back around in a circle, landing on the rooftop there, and you just all are like quietly watching this happen in front of you.
Are we quiet though?
What are you doing? This is what you see in emotion there. So what do you want to do?
I'm holding my breath.
I'm gonna hop on my carpet and just fly up a little bit out of the way of out of reach of them.
Out of the reach of the flying gargoyle?
Oh, it's flying shit.
It just flew down, splattered against the wall, and then flew back around the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, mainly out of the way of this petrification creature.
That's on the far side of the. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
They say we're hidden at the moment. The last thing you want to do is fly up.
Yeah. I say we're hidden. That's the.
Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to actually do anything or like interact with it. Like if you stay still for a moment there, you'll see that the Gorgon, once the one skeleton is now just a stone, the squirming mass over here just sort of like eventually drops off, and the worms all kind of like land on the ground and start to kind of squirm off back away from where you are currently, sort of like squirming off that direction. The gargoyle swoops down again and lifts the petrified skeleton into the air and starts to fly back the direction it came from there, while the Gorgon turns and follows it in the direction it is there. And as you watch the Gorgon walking, there's a muffled thud, thud, thud as you realize that there's actually cloth or something wrapped around its hooves that muffle the clanking on the stone it's walking on. And while you can still definitely hear it, it's not as loud as it would be otherwise. As it thud, 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 just goes kind of like trotting back across.
Mm-hmm. Somebody purposely did that. Somebody purposely put cloth on his hooves. That's just wrong.
And so it goes thudding off the other direction there. The only one that heard it originally was more that he felt that there was Esk. So you guys didn't, until it actually moved into view, you didn't even know it was there.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So it just thuds off there back between the building that it ran out from, and Gargoyle flies off there with its prize.
Bad to its garden.
With a few moments, things are quiet again. You lose track of the squirming worms as they go off. They leave the square, like squirming away on the ground, back toward the other side of the square from where you're at. And things are quiet. You spend a moment or two.
Does everyone see a very happy dog tail?
It's the tail back there in the background.
She's
Great.
so happy right now.
So quiet moving again.
Okay. Give me one more stealth check as you kind of leave your positions of security and head deeper into the city. Nice.
All right.
Kevin's having a hard time.
Come on, stealthy. I believe in you. Not that much.
Nice. Okay. So, and this, what's weird for you is the fact that your claws, you keep slipping and your claws scratching on the stone makes noise. Not enough to draw any attention, Luffy, but you kind of like stop, making yourself stop every now and then, like, okay, slow breaths, move again quietly, and it's like the uncertain footing of this the muddy, squishy ground, and the uneven rocks are kind of like making it difficult to move. The rest of you are kind of getting the feel for it and are able to move, kind of watching where you're stepping and not stepping on the squishy parts, and are able to move quietly. And again, as the last fading, thudding footsteps go off to your left, further into the city that direction, there, things are quiet again, totally quiet, and just kind of move along. Eventually, nothing else moves into view. You find yourself moving into beyond this like open square area where you kind of hug the left side there, where there's still some shops and some shadows there. You move off into more like residential, like middle class residential type areas here. Again, there's no wooden structures, so anything that was wood has long since rotted away. So there's no real doors in these open spaces there. What's weird is the stone is all sort of bleached white, and the way the buildings are arranged, you kept like it's almost like there's like skulls staring at you as you're walking along, as the windows and open doorways all look like gaping mouths and eyes, as they're all sort of like about 2-story buildings of a very similar style in the air, but nothing seems to. Nothing moves out at you exactly. Nothing hitches into view. However, as you kind of move along that way, hugging the shadows there, you will see off to your left a somewhat towering structure. A very, what looks to be like a cathedral type structure. Large, very dark, a little more gothic than the rest of the utilitarian buildings there. And you'll see that like the central like what we like a steeple kind of thing there has cracked and is broken off completely, and a big portion of one side of the building is collapsed entirely. But you'll see some dark symbols on the side of the building that are still there, worn, that are all they all appear to be something similar to like an open like gateway or portcullis kind of thing. And you see that sort of like that symbol on various places in the buildings. It's sort of there, and it's imagery you don't see normally. It's a weird thing to see exactly. But you at one point you're not. It's sort of an open space. So you can kind of see that part over top of some of the buildings over there. But you assume that's probably where the vampires live, off in that direction over there, where that building is. It's a couple blocks away. You're not like right next to it, but you can kind of see it over top of it, and you see it as you pass open streets. You can kind of see where that is over there. So continue on or deviate somewhere else.
I don't think we have a reason to deviate.
Up to you.
Yeah. What time is it? Do we need to find a place to hide and rest in here yet?
I mean, I assume you guys went in the morning, so it's only been you've been maybe maybe a few hours at this point there, moving across. And you find again, you'll see an occasional you will see an occasional skeleton just sort of like wandering along, and you pause and he just keeps walking. You'll see an occasional like shadowy figure kind of split off this direction, but again doesn't really notice you. You've been keeping low and keeping quiet. The various buildings you pass are open and everything else inside there. You can't see any people or anything else inside. They're not well lit inside, but there's a lot of open buildings and open doorways that you pass by and kind of like pause, look, past the next one, pause, look, move past the next one here. At one point, you will see from one of the buildings to your right there what looks to be a body. Like you see boots. You see like someone like lying down there. They're like propped up against a broken like stone bench of some kind there. It's kind of like propped up against there. Unmoving, just sitting there. You can keep going, or you can investigate whatever you feel like there.
Can see if he's breathing.
You pause and look there. No, they're still.
Are they like person, or are they like
human-ish? Yeah, you can't make out like features or anything else because you kind of see the feet sticking out there, but they're wearing boots. And you can kind of see in the shadows inside this unlit building, you can see the kind of them sitting with their back against this bench. They're kind of the head tilted back, but you can't see like what race or any details about them from the doorway, at least.
Well, I would like to go in and see if I can get a medicine check on that person.
Okay. When you go in, you will see that couple of things. Yes, they are definitely dead. There's no doubt about that. They're not moving. They're not breathing. You will see that they're obviously there's a very large gaping wound on the side of their neck. And there's definitely blood stains down the front of the shirt. Not enough blood to actually have, like, from a wound like that, it would be pouring down their body. So obviously not. It's only a little bit of blood around there and kind of part of the clothing where they were at. And they are definitely wearing dark, sort of like a dark pants, boots, fairly well made comparatively, what you've seen here. And around their neck is a symbol. It looks like a sickle. Like basically there.
Oh, one of their peoples is found dead.
Mm-hmm. He's wearing a hooded cloak, but the hood is pulled back there, and you see someone with their face is pale, obviously not moving, eyes they're kind of open and staring at the sky. They haven't been there very long, probably a couple of days at most. They haven't fully started to decay or anything else. But there's basically no blood left in this body.
He got punched out by some vampires.
Or the worms. Can I take the cloak?
Sure. Yeah. It'd be a little small on you, but you definitely could take the cloak off of him there. It's a black fabric. Not sure exactly
it's the
what
symbol I'm after.
Yep, and the symbol is there too. It's on a little it's on a little like woven cord around the neck. A metal, kind of a brushed steel looking symbol.
Okay.
Does this body look like it's been killed by a vampire?
Looking at it, yeah. Looking closer, yes. Obviously, you can kind of see it's almost like two like jagged tears along the neck, and then like there's some blood, but not enough blood that would have come out of that body. So obviously that someone like fed or get that kind of a new one should like coated the whole front of him with blood. There's almost none on his clothing. So yeah, fairly obvious it's a vampire that drained this person.
And if we know that he's been dead for about 2 days, there's no sense.
2 to 3 days, probably. Yeah. I mean,
do we have like? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So, kind of piecing it together just to kind of see, he's like literally only a few blocks up and over from where the temple is. That this is their territory by the look of it. This guy wandered in here. Maybe he got caught and killed, left here. By the look of things. There's nothing like the symbol's still there. There's clothing is still there, but there's no items or like, there's no weapons on them. There's no nothing of any kind of any other value there. If he had anything of value on him, it's been taken. Not sure what they have exactly, but there's obviously like he's got fairly normal looking clothing on for the most part. But yeah, so you now have a black cloak and a symbol of the shriven sickle.
Thank you.
Looking at it closely, you'll also notice that the like I said, it's brushed steel, but along the inside arc of the sickle, it's actually rusted. Like intentionally, like intentionally let it rust. So it looks like, almost looks like it's the blade of the sickle is coated in blood, but it's actually rough. So,
alrighty.
From there, it doesn't take. It takes you maybe an hour or two more of kind of moving through the buildings, passing up what you assume to be a vampire territory, and getting further into where the city. And you can kind of see a little more what may have been mansion type places. They're larger structures there. It's hard to say exactly because again, there's no wood left on them or no anything else there, but just the size of them. You will eventually move into a space that opens up in front of you, and it is a massive open area. You'll see steps going up to a central like structure of some kind, and more steps going up into this humongous space. And further to the right, further down here, off the right there, you'll see that the walls up there have crumbled. They're a good 30, 40 feet high. This skull right here is about 20 feet high. With the walls going 10 to 15 feet more above that. So yeah, these stairs are about 15, almost 20 feet tall up there with this central platform in here. There are a number of skeletons just wandering around this space. And you will see dark cloaked figures up at the top of these stairs. You're sort of standing watch. And you're kind of tucked back out of the shadows, seeing this open space in front of you. And so what you see there is the Colosseum and the lair of the Shriven Sickle. And with that, we're going to call things for today because we are out of time. So when we come back next time, you'll see what you're going to do to deal with this cult and figure out how to get in there and find out what information you need to find out. So, but with that, thank you all for being here. I know there was a lot of not a lot of action this time around here, but it was a lot of chance to get in and see things and set things up and figure out how things are going to go here. When we come back next week, we'll see what you want to do in terms of getting in this place and finding out what you need. But until then, thanks for playing. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being awesome. Those of you out there watching now in the future, thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll be back next time. But as always, drinks are us. We'll see you again real soon. Have fun, folks.